And with that, we are rolling right into Live with Friday Night Drive, Week 8. Thanks so much for making us a part of your night. My name is Jake Bartelson. I am the KC Chronicle sports reporter. You can follow me on X at Jake Bartelson. I'm joined by none other than Steve Soucie, the man behind all of the madness. Steve, as we're rolling in, and we're going to be here from 8 to 11, talking to players and coaches, looking at the playoff race. But obviously games have been rolling, and we're already in a halftime to some. So real quickly, what are you looking at?
You know, right now I'm looking kind of at the Bolingbrook-Lockport game that's tied at 14 in the second quarter. The other one that is an intriguing kind of watch down in Southern Illinois, East St. Louis holds a 14-0 lead over undefeated Edwardsville at halftime. Kind of what I expected there, but still keeping an eye on it.
Before we start getting to some of our reporters, just a quick read. Schweiker, Ganassin, Kurzak, and Rundio is a personal injury and workers' compensation law firm dedicated to protecting injury victims. Our attorneys get results with hundreds of millions of dollars in total recovered for our clients to date. Call today, 815-223-0177. Visit us at ganassin.com to set up a free, no-cost, no-obligation consultation. Steve, we got a lot of reporters already standing by. Games at halftime. Let's see. Josh looks like he is most ready. So, Josh, we're going to pull you in here. Josh Welge is going to be joining us from Yorkville and Oswego East, where Yorkville has a 7-2 lead. Hey, Josh.
Yeah, guys, I'm at Yorkville. We're at halftime. Yorkville leads 7-2. Neither of the offenses have actually scored in this game. Oswego East got an early safety. A punt went over the Yorkville punter's head in the end zone for a safety. Yorkville got on the board. Early in the second quarter, Ben Alvarez, their linebacker, really read a screen pass perfectly and returned it 27 yards for interception return for a touchdown. But this is a game that I thought had the potential to be a low-scoring game, given the nature of these teams. And then you add the element of kind of uncomfortable mist that's falling throughout. There's been 3 turnovers in the game, and honestly, not a whole lot of offense on either side.
And Josh, we talk about these teams in our podcast. I mean, these offenses can put points on the board, but it just seems like it's the nature of the night that, the weather.
Yeah, I think Yorkville has the ability, probably more so than Oswego East, to be a little bit more diverse offensively. They've had a few drop passes tonight, and I think that's kind of slowed down some drives throughout. But I saw it last week with Yorkville against Oswego. If you're not able to throw the ball against them, it's very difficult to do anything offensively because you're just not going to get a whole lot between the tackles, and their defense has been like that tonight. And they're playing very good football right now. They beat Minooka 2 weeks ago. They shut out Oswego last week, and they're looking to become playoff eligible tonight. This is a big game for both teams for playoff implications.
Josh, this might not be the biggest indicator of this with the weather tonight, but it kind of feels like this Yorkville defense has found something maybe over the last couple of weeks, kind of found a little bit of going back to maybe some of their hallmarks from last year.
Yeah, they're a different kind of defense. Last year that defensive line was just so good and so big and so dominant, and it's still really good. It's just kind of different guys, but they still have a lot of guys that were a big part of their defensive success over the last few years. Ben Alvarez, prominently being one of them. He's a third-year linebacker, and boy, he looks bigger. He is a big kid. He was the state champion wrestler at 220 pounds, I believe, but obviously he could play in space too because he had an interception return for a touchdown.
All right, that's Josh Welge joining us from Yorkville, 7-2 at the half. Josh, enjoy the second half. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to throw it right into Michael Dojak, who is at Brother Rice and Montini. Brother Rice leading 17-7 so far at the half. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Not bad.
I know we jumped in right as the PA's going, so we'll try here. What do you got for us?
We got Brother Rice is out to a 17-7 lead. Randall Nodden is really having a big game. He's already got 143 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. He ran out for a big 54-yard touchdown earlier in the first quarter to give Brother Rice an early 7-0 lead. Brother Rice has been able to move the ball down. They got down to the Montini 11, had to settle for a field goal there, and then Montini was able to score off of a big 64 Alex Mari run, which set up a 4-yard run. So, closer game. I think Montini would probably be a little bit closer. They have had some costly penalties already. They had offsides on fourth down when they were trying to stop Brother Rice. A big fourth down, and then Nowden was able to get that 14-yard run to score. So penalties really hurting Montini, and you can't really do that against the CCLA CC Blue team, especially the Brother Rice who's trying to make it into the playoffs here with 3 wins.
Soucie, I'll just throw it right to you.
Yeah, I noticed from one of your earlier tweets, no Christian Pierce tonight. Obviously, that's something that could have hampered Brother Rice a little bit, but it looks like they're I guess adapting okay with not having him on the field.
Yeah, I'll get more on Christian Pierce after the game. I'll at least try. I don't know how much I'll actually get, but Christian apparently hasn't been playing since the Loyola game, which is week 4. So he's been out for much of the season. Obviously, he's a big prospect. He's got offers from Ohio State, a lot of good Power 5 schools, but the defense has been able to hold on. The defensive line is playing well, kind of putting pressure on the Montini quarterback. But, yeah, obviously Christian Pierce makes things a lot easier, but the defense has kind of been playing well without him. We'll see how much that's going to hold in the second half.
All right, that's Michael Drojak. Thank you so much for joining us, Mike. Enjoy the second half. We'll talk to you later.
All right, talk to you guys later.
All right. Eddie Carifio is joining us from Genoa Kingston, Rock Falls, GK with the 30-7 halftime lead, and GK needing 2 wins to go playoff eligible. Hey, Eddie, how are you?
Hey, dry, actually inside, so
it's always good.
Better than Michael, I think.
Good start.
Yeah, no, this game didn't go how you would think to start. I mean, it's where you think it'd be now at 30-7 GK up. But Rock Falls returned the opening kickoff 93 yards. Then they Castaneda with a big return. Looks like he got stuffed at the 12. Looks like he got stuffed again at the 20. And then somehow, and this was after fumbling the kickoff, recovered it. Looked like he got stuffed twice, took it up the left side, scored. So it's 7-0 at that point. Then GK fumbles on their first possession. So Rock Falls was starting off in good shape. I mean, obviously they've had their struggles this year, but GK has picked it up. They're up 30-7 right now. They've scored on every possession since that first one.
What can I learn about Hayden Hodgson?
Hayden Hodgson, they have not thrown they threw the ball once. He drew a pass interference. That was what Cam Dabakos had said. The coach is that's not their identity. That they were throwing the ball with Hodgson because they were averaging 2.6 yards per carry last week in the loss against Stillman when they had to throw the ball. They're averaging a little more than 2.6 today. I don't have my stats downstairs, but they have had, I think, at least 8 or 9 runs of more than 10 yards. They're probably averaging somewhere about that 10-yard, 12-yard average today. So they haven't really needed. They threw it once on a late drive, drew a pass interference. So that's and it was to Hodgson. He drew a double team and got the pass interference call.
Real quickly, Seuss.
Genoa Kingston obviously, put themselves in this position where they got to get rolling, to kind of secure that playoff spot. It's been kind of a jumble in the Big Northern. Does it look like the Cogs maybe have figured something out to kind of finish off the stretch drive here?
Yeah, obviously the schedule is conducive to them with Rock Falls and a Lutheran team that at best next week's going to be coming in at 4-4, possibly if they, I believe, upset Oregon tonight. But yeah, the Big Northern's just a jumble. I mean, it's Byron at the top. You see what they're doing to Dixon tonight. I think that's 35-0 there all over Dixon last we saw that one. But Byron's up there, and then there's Dixon, and then it's all just lumped in there. But yeah, it looks like GK's they're pushing for their 5. So and they're doing what they need to do here tonight for at least number 4.
Eddie Carifio from the Daily Chronicle. Eddie, thanks so much. We'll talk after the game. Stay dry.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks.
All right, Stu, we're going to just throw it right over to Rob Osterly, who is at Joliet Central in Romeoville. Looks like Romeoville up 20-7 at the half. Rob, you got us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Set the scene for us and what's been working for Romeoville.
Mostly the running game, but the sophomore quarterback, Richard Conley, is having a nice game. He's thrown the ball for 66 yards and a touchdown, and he's run it for 65 yards and a touchdown. So, they look like they might have something there. because his touchdown also went to a sophomore. So they're getting some younger players some playing time, and they're producing.
Go ahead, Suze.
Obviously, both teams looking for their first victory tonight. And with Joliet Central, are they just struggling to find offensive continuity? I know that's something that's been obviously an issue for them, kind of all along.
A little bit, Steve. And it hasn't been helping them that their quarterback, Paul Slick, nice athlete, but he's running the plays back and forth to the sideline, and he has clearly got something, some sort of tweak to one of his ankles. He's limping pretty bad. But yeah, Jalen Murphy has been running the ball well when they've had a chance, but for the most part, Romeoville's kept the ball for most of the first half because they're running the ball well and taking time off the clock. I mean, Romeoville's last touchdown drive was a 98-yarder. They picked off a slick pass at the 2-yard line and then drove it down 98 yards for a touchdown. So they're taking time off the clock, and they're really not letting Central's offense do much of anything.
All right, that is Rob Utcherly. He's calling in from Romeoville, 20-7 at the half. Rob, thanks so much for the time, and we'll talk after the game.
Okay, you bet. Thanks.
All right. So, man, that's how quick this is moving. I mean, we got a bunch of guys jumping in at the half. Souce, now we have a quiet moment here. What's been on your monitor, and what are you looking at this hour?
Well, we have a couple of games that obviously have some pretty substantial playoff implications. Just starting the second half, Oswego with a 10-7 lead over Minooka. Keeping an eye on this Wheaton Academy Aurora Christian game. I should say really not keeping an eye on it because the video feed of it is now completely covered in water. But that game is Wheaton Academy and Aurora Christian tied at 7, almost at halftime in that one. An interesting one there in the Chicagoland Christian. We're moving in, I believe, on the end zone there between Bolingbrook and Lockport. It looks like Lockport's inside the 5-yard line, trying to take a lead in that game. Batavia with a 14-7 lead over Wheaton Warrenville South. That's kind of what's on my board right now.
We were talking before we went live. One of the big scores was Byron and Dixon. Byron up big, 35-0. And that one, Dan Musso, who's with us, will what do you make of that? It didn't seem like you're that surprised when we were talking before we started.
Well, it was one of those things when you just kind of look at what Byron has done all season. Averaging, over 60 points per game, and I know that Dixon was the only other team in the conference that had managed to get to this point without a loss. But you felt like there was a gap. I mean, I wasn't sure if it was this wide of a gap, but I knew there was a gap between these two teams still, despite the fact with the matching records. But Byron's obviously, got a team right now that has that pleasant blend of some up and coming younger players that are contributing, as well as a veteran core. They blended it together really nice, and they just do what they do so well. It's one of those situations where everybody knows what they're going to do, but good luck trying to stop it. And Dixon is not having much luck, apparently.
Just a quick note to everybody in the comments. Thanks so much for joining us. Whether you've been with us from the very beginning or checking us out, we really do appreciate it. You can find all of our work at ShawLocalFridayNightDrive.com. Make sure you're subscribed because Steve has got a lot of great stuff upcoming with the playoff race. Really kind of winding up here the last couple of weeks. Now is probably the best time to make sure you're subscribed, to have your brackets and all that stuff. So we'll keep an eye on the comments as we go. St. Lawrence and Rita is of interest. We'll take a look and try to find that score. A couple others that are flashing across the screen. Prairie Ridge 7-6 over Crystal Lake Central. Looking around my board, looks like Mount Carmel is up 7-0 on Providence. That just got started. So we'll keep an eye on as many games as we can. Steve, any set the table for, is there one game that you're going to just not leave that stream until clock reads 0?
The one game that we haven't talked about yet that's really interesting to me, just from a context type of situation, is that Barrington Palatine game. Last I saw, it was a 15-10 lead for Barrington, but that is a game that I think is all about definition tonight. I feel like Barrington maybe has not been playing as sharply as I thought they were early in the season. Palatine in a good momentum place. So a really good indicator of exactly how good these two teams are here in Week 8.
Hey, Kyle, welcome in. Kyle Neighbors, who is
Hello, boys.
our local group editor, joins the show each week, and we love talking with them. What do you got for us, Kyle?
Well, I see we got a St. Rita score there. I'm glad.
Yep, nice.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, working behind the scenes with us again this week to get that score for us. I was looking for that myself and couldn't find it. I got this Barrington Palatine game pulled up, Soucie. It's been back and forth. It had started pretty dry, it looked like there. The rain's starting to come down a bit. I've seen a couple guys slipping. Be interested to see how that plays into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games that on paper they look pretty even. Like I said, momentum right now, I felt like Palatine might be playing a little bit better heading into this game. So it doesn't surprise me. Barrington, at least in the one time that I saw them this year against New Trier, felt like the kind of team that is going to force you to make the mistake that is going to make the difference. They're not going to make it. So just a really fundamentally sound football team. Isn't going to wow you, but they do their jobs and they do it pretty well.
That's how both teams have played so far tonight watching this. It's just been pretty methodical. Palatine had one long play for a 51-yard touchdown. But outside of that, it's been pretty methodical drives. Talking about the weather, though, for everything that we made out of it, I mean, Soucie, you had the one game you were talking about, I think maybe it was Wheaton Academy. Was that Wheaton Academy or Christian?
Yes.
But guys, not as nearly as bad as I feared it was going to be tonight.
Yeah, I have quite a few games up on my screen. And while some of them look a little bit gloomy, the majority of them look like, well, it's a little wet, but it's not like as crazy bad as I think a lot of people were estimating that it might be. Another, and I mean, this is going to be me, old man shouts at cloud moment, but another thing that I think is coming into play a little bit more now is a lot of people have field turf. So it's not quite as bad as something that a night like this may have caused like 10 or 15 years ago, because you look up there, I'm looking at my screen right now, all of the games that I have on my screen right now, they all have field turf. So
the few games that I have come across that don't have field turf have been pretty muddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's just one of those things when you look at it on the grand scheme of things, makes it a little bit more tolerable on a night like this.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the weather report like on Tuesday. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're going to have postponements. I was worried.
Yeah, absolutely. I even sitting here an hour before games kicked off, I had pulled up a website, just looking at lightning maps to see how things were going. And there were several out west, and I was a little concerned, but really over that hour up to kickoff, things really faded away. There's nothing in terms of lightning out there right now. So looks like, knock on wood, we're a full go.
Yeah, it definitely looks like we're going to, I haven't seen any notices of anybody in a delay at this point. Now I just jinxed it, but obviously a good sign that we're, now we're, closing in on 8:30, and a lot of these teams are in second halves of games. We're kind of getting along the wire. So yeah, definitely a situation. What'd you see, Kyle?
Palatine just scored. Oh, I'm sorry, not Palatine. Barrington just scored. It was a low throw at the goal line, went down and got it. I could not tell in real time if he caught it or not, but yeah, Barrington now back in front here, it looks like. I'm having trouble seeing the scoreboard. I think it says 21-18 is what I believe it says down here with 3 seconds left in the first half.
Okay. Lockport's just taken a lead just before halftime on a 3-yard touchdown run by Jordan Kemp. They lead Bolingbrook 21-14. That's an interesting game from a couple of perspectives. Bolingbrook is sitting on 4 losses right now. Obviously doesn't want to pick up that 5th, especially considering who looms in week 9 on their schedule. They play Lincoln Way East in the last week of the year, so they simply cannot afford to lose this game tonight. So it would pretty much decimate their playoff hopes then they would still, obviously probably need some help, but they really need this win tonight. So Lockport taking that lead at just before half, not a great sign for Bolingbrook.
I know the finals have to play out, and you figure out your brackets. when do you really start to get some clarity? I mean, I know the scores really have to kind of come in and stuff, but do you think like we'll have a pretty good idea by Saturday morning? You know, this is kind of where the playoff picture will be with one more week to go.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those things like tonight you can couple the fact that not only do you have the data from tonight's game providing for the eighth week, you only have one more piece of data to consider, which is that week 9 game. And usually you have a pretty good idea of how that week 9 game might go. So it gives you a real kind of easy jumping off point to look at, well, it looks like we have, you know, 30 teams in this classification that are going to get to 5 wins or more. We might have a few spots that are up in the arms, but after week 8, you've usually got most classes usually have 20 to 22 teams that are locked in stone. They're not going anywhere, and all you're really doing at that point is filling out the last 8 or 10 spots in each field. And once you look at who's at 4-4 and who's at 5-3, and in some respects who's at 3-5. It's a lot smaller list of teams that you're zeroing in on than you are 2 weeks before, when it's kind of a mishmash of, well, these guys are 4-2 right now, but they've got this, and this to worry about yet. So definitely a lot more clarity after we get most of the finals from tonight.
Just for our viewers here, we do have some coaches that are planning on joining us later on tonight. Mark Molinari from Downers Grove South. They're entering tonight 4-3. He should be joining us. They're on a 4-game win streak. Jason McKee at Carmel, the former Bear, also sideline reporter for ESPN 1000. He will be joining us. Jeff Raines from Wilmington and Tim Rackey from Nazareth. So make sure you stay tuned for that. They should be joining us once their games are final, probably, I'm going to guess, somewhere around 10 o'clock or so, or sooner. I mean, honestly, games have been flying pretty quick. Soucie, I'll just take you there. Wilmington, I mean, that is a program that is just a perennial powerhouse. State champs in 2021. They have Mantino this week. What can we learn from that one?
Well, I think this is a situation where you're just checking to see that Wilmington kind of stays on the momentum roll that they are on. Going all the way back to the beginning of the season, lost a close game to Seneca, who hasn't lost this season. So not a bad loss at all for Wilmington. A relatively rare regular season loss for Wilmington, but not necessarily a bad one. And ever since, it has been a really, really impressive performance on both sides of the football for this team, just kind of looking to keep that momentum together. Last I saw, it was 42-7 in favor of Wilmington just before half. So it looks like Wilmington is well on its way to its 7th consecutive victory tonight, and zeroing in on locking down a home playoff game. And those of you that have never been, Wilmington has one of the most interesting home football environments that you're ever going to find. So if you have an opportunity in this postseason to where you're looking for a game to go to and Wilmington isn't that far away from you, I highly recommend it.
IC Catholic 28-14 over De La Salle. It would appear to me, Soucie, that maybe some of their bigger guns that they sat last week are playing.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a game that I feel like IC Catholic comes in as a pretty substantial favorite to pick up that 6th win tonight. But yeah, it does look like from what I've been able to see, most of their big guys are in place and doing things. So good sign for the Knights as they move forward.
I'm just kind of flying around some of our staff Twitter accounts. Alex Kentucky's out at Cary Grove and Crystal Lake South, 34-7. It looks like at the half. Cary Grove cruising 281 rushing yards at the break. Logan Abrams 136 and 3 touchdowns. Anything to make of that, or is that expected going in?
I think that's kind of what I kind of expected to happen. Just looking at past results in that situation, but just threw an interesting score up there on the score alert. I see St. Rita's taking a 10-0 lead over St. Lawrence. This was a game that, looking into it a little bit more, I was really interested to see what was going to happen. Rita coming in with a 4-3 record against St. Lawrence, who's 6-1. Rita almost kind of has to have this one. Didn't want to set themselves up in a situation where it was essentially a win and get in game with Brother Rice in week 9. So for them, this would be their 5th victory and pretty pivotal in the grand scheme of things, because while St. Rita and Brother Rice both have a lot of playoff points and would be strong contenders to be 4-win teams getting into the playoffs if necessary. I don't think either one of them want to take that chance because, as we discussed this a lot last year, and ultimately only one team got in as a 4-win at-large team. That was Buffalo Grove. And there were a lot of other teams that were kind of pinning their hopes to that happening. And as we've seen in year after year after year, wild stuff happens in week 9. We might go into week 9 thinking on sheer numbers that we might have as many as, 5 to 7. But then you start watching those week 9 upsets start to roll in when teams are playing for their playoff lives. And, 4-4 against 6-2 doesn't seem like that big of a gap to close. But on paper before, maybe it is. So definitely not something that teams really want to do, is get themselves where they got a bunch of playoff points and a 4-5 record and then have to hold their breath and see if there's a spot available for them at the back of the field.
Hey, Jimmy, who's working behind the scenes, if you could check out York Lions Township, if you've got a quick second, that's of interest. That Josh Welge and I have kind of talked on our podcast. York, coming
that's
off
a Saturday game, Jake.
Oh, is it Saturday? Okay.
Yeah, that's a Saturday game.
I stand corrected.
He won't find it.
Yeah, I'm going to send Jimmy on a wild goose chase there. So sorry about that, Jimmy. But we're just right there. That's of interest to me, even if it is on Saturday. You're coming off that 17-game losing streak, and Lions needing that 6th win to get into secure their postseason bid. So I realize that's Saturday, but any quick notes on that?
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where you're trying to define the divisions in that situation. And for any team, in 7 or 8A, every win becomes somewhat critical because you want to climb that seed chart. You want to put yourself in the best possible position. Sometimes it becomes a dice roll because you'll find teams in 7, 8A that are awfully good, that are 6-3 and 5-4 because of the schedules that they play. But ideally, you want a home game, and you want a game that puts yourself in the best possible position to stay away from the superpowers as long as you possibly can. And you can do that a lot easier at 7-2 than you can at 6-3 or 5-4.
At the half, Huntley 21-7 over Dundee Crown. I don't think we're surprised by that, right?
No, I'm not.
No. Very definitive to the point. Let's see. I'm going to jump to the Duquesne. Really the big game in that conference for my money here, Souce, is Batavia Wheaton South. If Batavia wins, they secure the Duquesne Conference. Wheaton South continues to need a victory there. Looks like 14-7 there in the third quarter. To me,
I've got that one up. I've got that one up here. It's early in the third quarter. You're right on that score. It's 14-7, and Batavia has Wheaton Warrenville pretty deep in their own territory right now. I'm not sure what down it is, but potentially setting up a situation where Batavia will get the ball in good field position. So that game is. It looks like it's been a bit of a grind, but Batavia's had a couple of big plays to kind of gain a little bit of separation.
Couple other scores in that conference, since it's my neck of the woods. St. Charles North up big over Lake Park, 35-7. Actually, that flashed across the screen. I'm going to throw you a curveball, Souce. Reed Custer 14-0 over Streeter. What do you make of that?
Well, that's one that for all intents and purposes, they're both playing for pride in this situation. Both teams have 5 losses and won't have enough playoff points to be considered as a 4-win team. So. Reed Custer trying to finish strong, not at the level that they've been the last couple of years, but definitely I'm sure they would like to finish up with 2 wins here in their last ones. And even if that doesn't get them in the playoffs, that will be a positive building step for next year.
What games you got on your board right now?
Still looking at that Oswego-Manuka game. It's 10-7 right now, midway through the third quarter. I'm looking. They're coming out of a timeout there. It looks like one of these two teams either has a long way to go or is close to a touchdown. I'm trying to get a good read on it. That's one of the two. So
I was just watching. I was watching Warren and Lake Forest at the end of the first half over here, and Lake Forest was trying to get into the end zone from about 2 yards out, and it was taking everything they could to get it done. That Warren defense in the red zone is just mean. Just every time I see them when that defense, like, Coach Brian McNulty, like he's willing to give up some yards in the middle of the field. You get inside the 20s, you're not moving the ball very far against them.
Yeah, and the one thing about that is it seems so constant too. It seems like they always have that. They might lose some key guys to graduation, and then it's almost like they clone a middle linebacker in the same form as the previous one, because they're always so good at the same things every single year. It's pretty impressive.
If they ever figure out how to score, they're going to be really really hard to stop.
Yeah, they're going to be real dangerous. Yeah, that's the one thing that the key cog in the combination. Now, here's an interesting score that I just came across. In the third quarter, Lake Zurich holds a 16-14 lead over Mundelein. Mundelein looking for that fifth win, and they're an interesting team because
they start.
I mean, they've been. Yeah, they did, and that's just what I was just getting to.
Yeah.
They started 4-0, and they've been looking for that fifth one for a while now, and they don't have a favorable matchup in Week 9 either. So they're trying to scratch and claw and find some way to get to that number 5. So that happens sometimes. Sometimes teams come out of the gate like that, but then they get into their tough conference schedule, and that's what's happening to Mundelein here. But they're hanging in there against Lake Zurich right now.
We do have somebody in the comments asking about Dixon and Byron again. That's a 42-0 score. Byron up on top with 2 minutes and 24 seconds left in the third quarter.
Byron's going to be 3A, right, Soucie?
Yes, they're clear 3A. Yeah, so that's definitely a situation where Byron is going to be a very, very high seed and put themselves in position to host several games because.
Now I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go pull up your brackets from this week now. See if I can find them here quickly. I'm just starting to go through as we're getting deeper into this here. Was I try and get this to pop up? 3A. Like who do you think can challenge Byron in like 3A North?
Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pull up one of the things that I was working on this week.
Okay.
And I'll show you a little bit of the 3A look that I have. And let me do that right now. Okay, so now we're looking at 3A here. So like 3A right now, we're showing we head into tonight with 5 teams that currently have a 7-0 record. But I think of that group, Byron is clearly the class of those teams. And then you go down to the next group, the 6-1s in there, and there are some interesting teams in there. You got Princeton, you've got Mount Carmel, and that's not Chicago Mount Carmel. That's the one that's down south of Danville. And then Duran-Pecatonica is a team that I think, while they play in a primarily 1-2A conference, I think they've demonstrated over the course of the last couple of years that they're capable of being in that mix. So when you're looking at these teams, you have to consider that. But the one that I think that kind of lurks down there in that yellow group, that's the teams that, basically are sitting down there. They're playoff eligible now. As a 3A team, I think Montini is extremely dangerous. They're sitting at 5-2 tonight. They have that game against Brother Rice. They're currently losing that game. So they're probably going to come into the 3A finals as like a 12 or a 13 seed, just kind of based on what their record may be when they get in there. But it's going to be another one of those situations like you've looked at Nazareth the last couple of years where they've been a double-digit seed, but they kind of look like they might be at the very least, worthy of consideration for making a deep run. And if not that, possibly a favorite role. That's kind of what I see in 3A. But Byron definitely kind of jumps off the page at you based on what they've done so far this year.
I mean, I'm game for a Byron Montini playoff matchup.
Yeah, and I think if like I said, the brackets might give us that game faster than we want it. Because with Montini possibly having 3 to 4 losses, they'd probably be a 13, 14 seed heading into the playoffs, which if they catch it the right way, maybe they're on the opposite side of Byron. My hope would be that it would be no earlier than a semifinal, but we might get it faster than that.
You just want to tab over? Let's do 4A. There, are you on 4A? No, you're on 3A. We'll do 4A.
All right. So when you look at 4A, you've got a pack of really interesting teams at the top here, that are in the undefeated group. You've got Rochester, who always seems to be in this conversation, and a clear 4A this year. There's always a debate whether or not they're going to be 4 or 5, but the enrollment numbers right now say that this team is clearly a 4A team. Morris, a team that has just been firing through everybody. Last I saw, they were up 54-3 over Ottawa tonight. So well on their way to 8-0, heading into that showdown with Sycamore, who's also 8-0 in week 9. That should be pretty interesting. And now you've got Dixon dropping out of that undefeated group tonight, it looks like, as they trail Byron by quite a bit. So we're going to come out of tonight with 3 teams in the 8-0 group, I believe. And then you go down into the next group, those teams that are sitting right now at 6-1. They're already assured of their spots in the playoff field. Last I saw, Kewanee was winning over Sterling Newman. I don't have an update on that one. Richmond Burton has already moved to the 7-win group. They won a Thursday night game over Harvard, so they're already moved up to the next rung there on that list. Carterville was trailing to Murfreesboro last I saw. Wheaton Academy still tied with Aurora Christian. But this is an interesting group. Rockford Boylan, a team that has typically been in the 5-6A playoffs. They're not multiplied now, so they drop down into that 4A mix. I'm really interested to see how they stack up in a 4A group after playing 6A, 7A schools for the entire season. So that's going to benefit them. Sleeper in that group, I think, is obviously St. Lawrence is having a very good season. But then you go down to the yellow teams, and then you see IC Catholic sitting down there on their way to probably being in the 6-win group tonight, comfortably beating De La Salle. So definitely an interesting situation there moving forward.
All right, so we're going to pull that off here. We do have head coach Jeff Reeds from Wilmington standing by, so we'll add him. Coach, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us this evening. You got us?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
We're doing
not too bad,
okay.
Coach.
56-13 final for you. Obviously, your crew is rolling, 7-1. Again, just success each and every year. But what do you make of your team so far at this point with the regular season wrapping up pretty soon?
No, it's first off, real happy for our seniors with it being senior night, and then we only played one game tonight because of the weather. So glad to get that in. The kids done a great job all year long. I think we had a tough loss first game of the season, and then we've kind of built on that ever since. And I thought last week it kind of came to a crescendo where we had a really good game against Coal City, and I think we kind of built on that tonight with a nice win over Mantino. So, in all aspects of the game, I think tonight we were good. There were some things, obviously, every coach wants to improve on some things. We let the big play get us one time tonight. But overall, real happy where we're at right now.
Coach, obviously, this is something that I've noticed about your teams in the past is you're kind of built for nights like this a little bit. And I think your guys kind of enjoy these types of games, don't they? The weather maybe not be all that favorable. And what you guys do when you do it well, this is okay for you, isn't it?
We're okay with this, Soucie. Yeah, you're exactly right. When we get into weather situations, you get – the type of offense that we run with that double wing with the power stuff that we do, it does benefit us, I think, sometimes. And, also in the playoffs. And, the other thing with that, too, is we're trying to keep the other team's offense off the field, too, especially some of these teams that can put up points in a hurry. And when you play those spread teams, the best defense is when they're on the sideline. So if we can grind out yardage and keep the field position in our favor and keep the clock in our favor, hopefully we get a win out of those situations.
Coach Jeff Reeds from Wilmington. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate you joining us.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you having me. You guys have a great night.
Thanks,
Coach. Will. Wilmington 56-13 final over Mantino. Soucie, before you start talking, I got to get a read in here real quick here. Tonight's broadcast is sponsored by State Representative Steve Reich, who asked you to support your favorite school and always be a good sport. I know we were just talking to Coach there. Did anything flash across your screen from a stream standpoint that caught your eye?
Well, it looked like Lockport had ran back a kick for like 95 yards where whoever it was just blazing down the field, but a penalty brought it back. So that was kind of what I had going on the corner of my eye while we were talking to Coach there. Wheaton Academy has just taken the lead over Aurora Christian, scoring a touchdown in that one. So that's one that I'm definitely keeping an eye on. And now Manuka has tacked on a field goal at the end of the third quarter. That game's tied to 10-10.
All right, now would be a good time. JT Bedelty is standing by. He is at Ottawa and Morris. JT, I don't have a score in front of me at the half. What do you got for us?
Oh, no. I've got a final for you, my man.
Oh, well, even better.
Yep, 54-17 Morris. Yeah, they started the game at 6 o'clock and got rid of the prelim because of the expected weather coming in. And then the entire second half was a running clock. Morris just did what Morris keeps on doing. First 6 plays of the game, handed it off to running back Jacob Swartz, and that ended up in a touchdown and kind of set the tone on a muddy night when, Morris was up, I think it was 48-3 at halftime. So Morris 8-0 ahead of next week's big home showdown with Sycamore.
Go ahead, Sus.
JT, you got any ink left in those fantastic pens of yours after this one?
Well, I've covered Morris twice this year against LP and Ottawa, so the maroon one is getting low on ink from all the writing all the touchdowns. But yeah, it's it's good. How are the Magnets holding up, Seuss?
Oh, they're doing fine. Obviously, Morris's offense is really kind of, I guess, overpowering most of their opponents so far. Is there anything in specific that you're noticing about this team? I think from a distance, it seems like, I guess, the flexibility that they have to use a lot of different guys in a lot of different ways seems to be a real benefit for them.
Absolutely. Talking during post-game interviews, it came up that, Morris had graduated 4 of their offensive linemen from last year's excellent offensive line. And again, this year they have an excellent offensive line with 4 new starters in there. So, the offensive line is great. And I guess every time I cover them, someone else seems to step up. Someone, Jacob Swartz, running back, has been great. He, stood out even more tonight on a sloppy surface, just a north-south runner, puts his head down, good vision, but good strength, good speed, just an all-around back that, when you have a quarterback and receiver breaking school records every week, sometimes you forget that you have a pretty top-level running back there too.
JT from a big night in Morris. JT, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Have a great night, guys.
All right. Hey, Seuss, we got Steve Millar standing by, so we are going to grab him. Joliet Catholic up huge over Marmion, 38-0 at the half. Steve, you got us?
Yeah, hey guys. Joliet Catholic definitely rolling tonight. It's at 38-0. GCA has ran the ball 24 times for 303 yards in the first half, so averaging about 13 yards a carry, so that's going to be hard to stop. GCA using a few different running backs. H.J. Grigsby and Larry Stringham both have 2 touchdown runs. Vince Bremner added a touchdown run. And, Joliet Catholic outgaining Marmion 312-33 so far. So no problems for JCA tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you just read off a lot of those stats. I know Marmion is really banged up. They're missing a lot of starters, and it just seems like it's apparent.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're out here battling, but yeah, there's so many kids, in street clothes or, wearing jerseys with no pads. They're clearly missing a lot of guys. They got probably less than 30 guys dressed tonight, and, tough to match up with a team like Joliet Catholic when you're dealing with all those issues.
Steve, they haven't even had a dabble in the passing game tonight, I would think, Joliet Catholic, that is.
Well, no, they completed one pass for 9 yards. He actually threw an interception also, but only they've tried 3 passes, so they haven't had to just run the ball down Marmion's throat.
Well, it sounds like you're going to have a pretty simple game story there to finish up there. So hopefully the deadline isn't too tight for you.
Yeah, no, should be good, guys. Thanks.
All right, Steve. Thanks so much. That was Steve Millar joining us from Joliet Catholic, 38-0 over Marmion. We got some time here, about 10 more minutes before we got to hit that melt. So, Soucie, you look like you got like something in your eye, like you're interested in something.
No, I'm just kind of trying to catch up on some things and see what's going on. A lot of scores tonight where people are just kind of running away from somebody. So not a lot of surprises out there so far tonight, and not a lot of games that like are really jumping off the page at me. But still very interested in my muddy reception of the Wheaton Academy Aurora Christian game, where the feed, it just has a bunch of blurs running around, but that's still 14-7 in the third quarter in favor of Wheaton Academy. So keeping an eye on that, and it looks like that's Manuka moving inside the 35, tied at 10, with 10:38 to play in that game.
I got an interesting one for you guys. I haven't seen an update in a little bit on this. It was at halftime, but it was Canelan 7, Woodstock North 6.
Ooh, yeah, that is
interesting. Yeah, I did see that. I was going to try to get that right before Steve jumped in.
Yeah,
I wonder if Sarah Carlson is still hurt. I don't know. Like, I mean, but they're Cameron's star, standout senior quarterback. I wonder if he's still hurt and they miss him.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. That wouldn't be. Both of the Woodstock teams, in fairness, have played better this year. Not quite to the level of the teams in that conference, but some of the other teams in that conference, but they have played a little bit better. But I wouldn't have guessed that game would be this tight, this late. I'll put it that way.
Kathy Wilkerson in the chat on YouTube, which thank you everyone who's in the YouTube chat. We appreciate that. Who's asking for scores and leaving comments. Kathy's looking for a Sycamore score. See if we can find that one for.
I believe that was a 49-0 final. I was watching that one earlier. That was a 6:00 start, so that one's over. I'm not sure if it was 49-0, but that game has gone final.
I think I'm trying to recall now. I think that's 3 straight shutouts though for Sycamore against LaSalle Peru. I think it was like 3 straight.
That could be.
Yeah.
We had another question down there. I saw the Oswego East Yorkville game.
Yeah,
last I saw
7-2.
Midway through the fourth quarter, it's still 7-2 in favor of Yorkville. Yep.
Yeah, and they're underway in the fourth quarter there.
Souce, did you anticipate Kiwani being able to take down Newman in this fashion? It's 27-8 at the end of the third quarter.
As you mentioned that, I just saw that score. You know, Kiwani's just been kind of quietly going about their business in the Three Rivers. That's a 6-1 football team that, to be frank, I don't know a ton about at this point, because they've kind of got lost in the shuffle behind Morrison's success story, Rockridge playing pretty well. On paper, it looked like this was a game that Newman would be, I guess, a slight favorite in. So, yeah, that score and the gap that we have at this point at the end of three quarters, a bit surprising to me.
Yeah, our good buddy Rob Laird is down there covering that one for us, and I'm definitely going to need to get a scouting report on Kiwani from him after this one.
You're stretching the term good buddy, but I guess I'll have to accept it.
Hopefully he's avoided any deer tonight.
Yeah. A former coworker of ours that seemingly hit a deer with his car about every 6 months or so.
Yeah, and it was great. We were having Souce runs, getting way off topic here, but it's been a slow night for football so far. Souce runs a long-time fantasy baseball league, and we were getting together, like a group of us, the Saturday night before, and Rob just shows up kind of disheveled and looking strained and saying that he just hit a deer, and we were like, well, that's the least surprising thing we've heard all year.
I got to ask, here's a Goodfellas reference for you guys. Did you have to get one of those big cleavers and chop off the hoof?
I would have enjoyed Laird attempting that. That would have made me laugh. So, yeah.
Anytime I can throw Goodfellas in here, I will try.
I actually picked up Goodfellas on DVD the other day.
Finally.
Yeah. No, it was one of those things where we were looking at what am I looking at? A Goodwill store, right? Going through some Halloween stuff, and I come across Goodfellas for like $3. I'm like, well, that's getting added to the collection today.
Absolutely. Hey, not to get way off topic, last thing on this, Kyle, if you have not watched the Rewatchables with Bill Simmons, they do a great breakdown on it. It's a great podcast for like 2 hours if you're in the car and you're in for some Goodfellas or whatever. Anyway, I don't want to get way off topic, but I just watched that the other day. All
What?
right.
I mean, Soucie, Richards 21, Lamont 0.
You know, that surprises me a little bit, but I think I finally need to kind of get away from my longstanding philosophy, based in fact that Lamont is the best program in the South Suburban Conference, because they got clipped by Hillcrest early in the year. Maybe it's just not the year for Lamont. This would be their fourth loss if they were to lose the game. I'm not sure who their opponent is in week 9 off the top of my head, but I'm pretty confident it's a team that they can beat and get into the playoffs. But I'm really used to 9-0, 8-1 regular seasons from Lamont, but it looks like they've maybe taken a step back in regards to where they fit in their conference right now.
Is Richards back? I mean, who's taking to take this conference down then?
Well, Richards is their core is really young. We had Anthony Sheehan on the show a while back, and after those 2 non-conference games where they kind of put themselves out there and tested themselves, they've ripped off 5 in a row, now looking to make that 6. So I think I don't know if they're all the way back to the Richards that we know, but they've certainly restored a little bit of that Bulldog roar that maybe has been lacking over the last few years. So definitely, an interesting thing to look at right now. When I looked at the beginning of the year, I thought Richards might win their division. They're on their way to doing that. But if you would have told me that they would have probably beat Lamont in the crossover and been in position to be a 7-2 team, I would have said that might be pushing the envelope a little bit. But just update from Minooka. Oswego. Minooka has just kicked a field goal to take a 13-10 lead. They lead Oswego in that one with 6:22 to play.
So I was going to ask you, did you have Richards winning this game then?
I did not, but it was one of those games that I really wrestled with. So that's going to help Richards' situation considerably in their postseason draw.
Are they 5A?
They're a 6.
Okay.
So yeah, it's definitely a good pause for them. So yeah, providing that they win this game, that'll move them up quite nicely. That'll move them up, probably into a position where they might be like a 5 or a 6 seed in the postseason, when it looked before like they might be more in the middle of the pack of the bracket that they ended up with. I say the bracket they ended up with because they're kind of on the dividing line between North and South. So it's hard to tell which side of the bracket they'll be on, but they'll likely be somewhere in the 4 to 6 seed range if they can finish off next week with a win.
Guys, we'll have Mark Molinari, head coach at Downers Grove South, joining us later on tonight. Looks like they're cruising 42-0 over Proviso East in that one.
Yeah, that was kind of the expectation. That was kind of the expectation heading into that game. Both the Proviso programs are kind of struggling this year, so not a huge surprise in that one.
Kind of struggling.
Trying to be nice here, Kyle.
I don't mean to. I'm going to be mean a little bit here. I combine your programs.
They've talked about that. That's actually something that I believe they were talking about before this school year, and obviously it was something that you can't do right away. But I know that's been in discussions about a potential. It would obviously be the largest co-op in the state, but it kind of needs to be done. I mean,
they're not competitive. They're not
a good year for either one of those programs is 3 wins. Let's be honest. So that's and one of them is in a division where there's quite a few other programs that are frankly not up to par either. So there's opportunities for wins and they're still not getting them. Right. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that's probably the only solution to at least give them the hope of being a little bit better program, because independently they have not gotten it done for a long time.
So you just want to throw it back up your spreadsheet there, and we can kind of just continue down the line until kind of people pop in.
Yep.
Kyle, I'm going to throw you off.
Go ahead. I'll get out.
Come back, I promise, though. But we love it. All right. Up, where'd it go?
All right. So what class would you like to talk about, Jake?
Well, we just kind of finished up there with 4A, right? So any
Yep.
other final thoughts there, or we just want to jump over to 5? We'll just
I
kind of
think
go
we'll
up the
go.
ladder.
I think we'll go to 5.
Yeah.
All right. So then, you look at 5, and for me, the interesting thing about that is obviously we got to sort out a couple things still. Sycamore, obviously, that big game next week with Morris, they still find themselves up near the top of that chart. Glenbard South and Morton both have interesting games tonight. You see, when they have that opponent to the right there, they're both in green. Those are teams that already have at minimum 6 wins. So big games for both of those two teams tonight. Peyton with Crane, that's another one in the public league. So a lot of these teams have really quality opponents that they have to go through. I looked at Prairie Ridge and Antioch to probably almost definitely get through to 8-0 tonight. But then you get into that next group, it gets pretty interesting. You see that group at 6-1 currently. Sacred Heart Griffin having some trouble with Decatur MacArthur tonight, which is a little bit surprising to me. That program, after losing in week 1, is on a bit of a roll, seeming to try to get back to the standards that they hold. Highland is a really intriguing team. A high octane offense that has the potential to be kind of dangerous for a team that maybe struggles to stop teams from scoring. Muhammad Seymour, also one of those teams that's really on a roll, lost their first game of the season, have won convincingly in every one of the games since. I like Carmel a lot. Hopefully we'll have Jason McKee on later on to talk about their success story a little bit this year. And then some total wild cards. TF North at 6-1 is in there. And then you go down into that 5-2 group, and you can't ignore that trio that's sitting right below. I'll pull them up a little bit because they're hiding under the logo right there. Look at that trio right there at 19, 20, and 21. Joliet Catholic, Wheaton St. Francis, Peoria. Those are interesting programs that are likely to find themselves a little bit lower on the seed draw since they already have 2 losses and might pick up another one considering the schedules that they have left. Wheaton St. Francis plays a really hungry Nazareth team in week 9. St. Ignatius on the docket for Joliet Catholic next week. Neither one of those games are a slam dunk win for both of those programs. So they could find themselves with 3 losses. Wheaton St. Francis doesn't play until tomorrow, so we won't get an answer on whether or not they move to 6 wins until then. But this group, I really like the depth of the 5A class. There's a lot of teams in here that I think can make some noise, which makes for potential to have a really interesting bracket with a lot of games that would be very interesting as early as the first round.
Yeah, St. Francis entering this week at 5-2. They have Leo, who's going to be 2-5. You figure the way the seasons has just been going, St. Francis picks up that 6th win, and then obviously, as you mentioned, the big one with Nazareth. Which, speaking of,
I just checked in on the Naz score from tonight.
Yeah,
they are rolling 42-7 in the third quarter, so on their way to their 4th consecutive win and getting back to the 500 mark after starting 0-4.
Yeah, I mean, so that'll be a nice interview with Tim Rackey, who's supposed to be joining us later on tonight, the head coach in Nazareth. Just the turnaround of the, this a nightmare start to the season, but they continue to find ways to to win, and obviously that big week 9 circled with St. Francis. So, all right, looks like we are good to go to commercial. So stick with us. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to, or watching, I should say, Live with Friday Night Drive. We'll be right back after a few messages.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire. Yeah, he really likes this field. Team of the Week MVP.
like Reich?
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich.
We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
And welcome back to Live with Friday Night Drive. Jake Bartelson and Steve Soucie. Kyle Neighbors also joining us. Quick thank you to the gentlemen behind the scenes who make this all possible, Neil and Jimmy, looking at scores. Guys, thanks so much for all the work that you guys do. Quick read, and then we'll jump to a highlight here. R.E. Duchesne Construction is a licensed and fully bonded exterior contracting serving Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties. R.E. Duchesne has an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Call 815-722-2821 for all your home improvement needs. Financing available. Check us out on the web, reduchesne.com. Neil, roll the tape.
Eli 30-yard field goal is good.
I'm pretty sure there was a touchdown. Thank you so much to Neil behind the scenes, who's making that happen for us highlight-wise. For those that are just joining us or have been here for a while, again, we're going to have more reporters join us post-game, also some coaches upcoming. Mark Molinari from Downers Grove South, Jason McKee from Carmel Catholic, and Tim Racky, Nazareth, upcoming. Steve, we've had a couple minutes here to kind of reset. Anything jumping off your board, or do you want to jump right back into what we're talking about playoff?
Well, we're down to the last minute in that Minooka Oswego game, 1:12 to play. Oswego facing a 3rd and 12 at the 35-yard line of Minooka, and it looks like almost back-to-back sacks there for Minooka, if I'm reading through the blur correctly here. But definitely it looks like a potential defensive stand there. Wheaton Academy has stretched that their lead to 20-7 over Aurora Christian. That game has 10:21 left to play in it. Batavia trying to finish off Wheaton Warrenville South, but Wheaton Warrenville South hanging around, down 20-14 with 2:39 to play. We're in a timeout there. I'm not sure who possesses the ball. So And then the Bolingbrook Lockport game, I believe, is now tied at 21. So that's what's up on my screens right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I was kind of scrolling Twitter here. Josh Welge, who is out at Yorkville, Oswego East, looks like Yorkville is expanding on that lead, 13-2. Probably under a minute now. They're in that fourth quarter. So we'll talk to Josh a little bit later on in the night. Barrington Palatine, did we touch on that one, or am I making that up?
We haven't touched on that one in a little while.
Okay. You got that pulled up, or maybe we can have Jimmy get him listed.
I don't have that one up right now, but now it's 29. The score alert just popped up there, 29-18 in favor of Barrington. Thank you.
I can
appreciate that.
I can give a little context to that one, gentlemen. Barrington actually scored there on a 3rd and 15 screen pass in the middle of the field. Blocked really well, sprung the receiver. I'm blanking on the name offhand here. So they're now up. Barrington's up 29-18 going to the fourth quarter there. Soucie, do you have a score for that Carmel Niles Notre Dame game? I have the stream up, but it's 0-0 on here, and obviously
I do not have a score either. I have the same problem that you have. So
also, this is not the only game you've meant, but like, is there no way for someone to take a towel and just on the camera?
Like, I'm really enjoying this right now in this Minooka Oswego game. Oswego has moved the ball inside the Minooka 10-yard line, and where the ball is spotted, there's just a big giant blur right over the screen where I'm looking at right now. I cannot see anything other than Oswego huddled 5 yards off the ball. So we're going into the key play of the game, and it's just a big giant blur. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. They just threw a flag, so I think this is going to be a delay of game.
Well, I can tell you Carmel just scored a touchdown.
Well, there you go.
So I don't know what the score is, but I can tell you they scored a touchdown.
Well, there we go. That's more than I know.
I'm trying to read the scoreboard in the background here. It looks like 23-14.
Okay.
I believe that's what it says, 23-14.
Fenwick barely fending off DePaul Prep right now, 26-23 in the third quarter. A little bit of a surprise there for me. I didn't think they would have that big of a problem there. Glenbard East, that's an interesting score. 28-14 over Glenbard South in the third quarter. Glenbard South just recently beat South Elgin, and it looked like they were on their way to winning that conference, but we might have a three-way split there because Glenbard East was beaten by South Elgin early in the year. So that could be a potential big win there for Glenbard East.
Glenbard East I feel like, goes under the radar each year. The last several years, it's a team that's ended up like 7 or 8 wins.
Yeah.
And they end up there, and I kind of don't realize it until here we are, week 8, week 9. Oh, we got Joe Stevenson
definitely
in the studio here. Jake, you want to pop off screen? You can talk to Joe.
That sounds good. Hey, Joe Stevenson, joining us from Prairie Ridge and Crystal Lake Central.
Hey, guys.
How we doing?
Good. 35-6 Prairie Ridge tonight. Central scored first. A long pass from Jason Penza to George Demopoulos. Hang on just a second. And then Prairie Ridge came back and got it going, and a big night to clinch at least a share of the conference title tonight for the Wolves. And one of the unfortunate stories of the night, the first play of the game, Central quarterback Jason Penza got hurt. He stayed in. He threw the touchdown pass to George Demopoulos, and then after that, he had to leave the game. He has a shoulder injury, and Coach Dirk Stanger was uncertain how bad, if they'll get him back next week for Hampshire. They need to get that win to get into the playoffs at 5-4. And I have a couple guys here for you. I have quarterback Joey Vanderweel and linebacker Jace Kranig.
Awesome. Yeah, throw them on.
Okay, here's Jace. Jace, there you go.
Hey, Jace, how we doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Good. You guys, it seems like you're playing some good football. Can you just give us a vibe of what the locker room is like at this stage? And obviously, you guys are playing some good football.
Because we are undefeated, the energy is really high. I mean, the like chemistry between the team is like as high as it could be right now. We're just on a roll.
Clinched a piece of the conference title tonight, and obviously that's something that means a lot to you guys, is kind of doing as well as you possibly can in a very competitive Fox Valley, right?
Yes. Yeah. This was always our goal to win the conference champion. So to win it tonight, it really means something, especially to the seniors going out on top in the conference.
Chase, who's an underrated guy, that might not get the headlines and might not get the spotlight, but, whether it's an offensive lineman or anybody that you just feel like, hey, he's been playing great football the last 3 weeks, last month.
Really our whole D-line, but especially Walter Pollock. He never gets any of the recognition, but he's low every play. He's taking the lineman down so I can come in and just make the tackles. It's making my job easier.
Awesome. Soucie, I'm good.
Yep.
All right. Hey, thanks so much for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's Joey. Here's Joey, guys.
Oh, do you want to? Okay, we'll take Joey. Hey, Joey, how we doing?
Good. How are you?
We're good. Obviously, again, you guys just clinched that share and playing some good football. What do you make of just the way your offense has been performing? Because obviously everything's kind of clicking.
Yeah, we didn't come out so hot. Obviously, you want to play more physical, but we put it together in the second half and end of the second quarter. I swear every time I touch it. Oh, back. Sorry, it was glitching. Oh, yeah, but when we play physical and we play low and fast, we put it together. We play pretty well, and it showed tonight. Yeah.
What do you think the big keys are for you guys to kind of carry this momentum, beyond next week, finishing out the regular season and potentially making, a deep run in the Class 5A playoffs?
We got to take it week by week. We can't overlook any single team. Every practice we got to come and bring it because, no matter who you're playing, doesn't matter. We got to improve every week and, get better and reach our goals.
All right. I think that'll be it for us this tonight. But thanks so much for jumping on. Tell Joe on our behalf we appreciate him calling. So good luck the rest of the way, and we'll chat soon.
Hey guys, real quick, one thing you got to see.
So, yeah, I got a baby photo. Senior night. Yeah. Senior night wins. That's good.
There we go. There it is. All right. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one, Joe.
Yeah, I like seeing that stuff sometimes, from families or student sections. They do that. They grow up quick. 35-6 Prairie Ridge, the final there. I'm going to keep an eye on our backstage. No, we're good. Looks like we have Mundelein Carmel 24-0 over Niles Notre Dame. Jason McKee is going to be joining us later on tonight. A couple other comments here as we get going. Do we have a Burlington Central score? Others, Woodstock North and Caneland. And Dan Vasta will pull you up here. Wheaton South has been playing tough the past month, hanging with Batavia, went away from reaching playoffs. Any thoughts? Yeah, so Dan, that's my neck of the woods, so I'll jump on this while I give Soucie a chance to, kind of peruse and look around. They really have been playing a lot better football, right? And, from afar, it just seems like they've really rebounded well with Matt Kreider does so much in that lineup for them. It just seems like emotionally and physically, credit to that offensive line. Luca Carbonero, the quarterback, has been playing some clean football. I got to see them week 1 against Simeon. Of course, that was a while ago, but, that was a defense that, caused some turnovers and they play physical. So I really respect Sean Norris and the program that he has. So they've been playing well. I don't have a score update on that one. I think Batavia is leading or has. Maybe that's a final.
It's 26-14 right now, Jake, with 2:12 left in the game. Batavia just recently scored, so that one's on its way to wrapping up.
Awesome. So yeah, Dan, thanks so much for the comment. I'm going to pull Drew up here. So what do you think if Morris will make it to the championship this year?
Well, I think the biggest cog in that is where does Morris land? They are kind of a bubble team between 4 and 5A. I think they're extremely dangerous in 4A. The kind of team that I think could potentially win the whole thing. Becomes a little bit trickier to assess that in 5A. if they end up in the 5A field, but I still think they're pretty dangerous, even if they are. It's been such a potent offensive team, and I'm really, really fascinated to see what happens in that game with Sycamore next week. Just definitely a game that I think, it's too late to call it a measuring stick game in week 9, but I think that's going to tell us a lot about both of those two teams, who obviously both have big aspirations to do a lot of damage once they get their postseason assignments. So really looking forward to seeing that. But either way, I think Morris is dangerous in whatever classification they end up in.
A couple other comments here, Souce, while we get some more scores and wait for some people to call in here. Thoughts on Sycamore? We touched on them earlier in the broadcast, but Sycamore.
Yeah, they rolled tonight. I watched a good chunk of that game. It started early. It feels like they have a lot of explosiveness on offense if they can get out into open space. I've watched a couple of their games over the last couple of weeks. Definitely the kind of team that I think can be pretty dangerous and has a track record of being pretty successful. Obviously going to help them if they can get that week 9 game against Morris next week. Would probably put them on a top seed line in Class 5A if they get it. And that will be a nice feather in their cap moving forward, but more importantly, puts them in the best possible position to get things done. So definitely a team that I think is pretty dangerous, especially in that 5A North. It looks like it has the potential for a team to get hot and make a nice run.
So I'm going to give you a chance here if you can look into Oswego and Manuka. Meanwhile, Yorkville 13-8, the final there. Over Oswego East, Yorkville is now playoff eligible, if I'm not mistaken there with that one.
Yes.
So Josh Welge will probably be joining us a little bit later on tonight to recap that. Have you had a chance to look into the Manuka thing, or I can throw a question your way?
The Manuka Oswego game is now over. Manuka held on for a 13-10 win. I missed it when it happened, but it looked like they forced a turnover when they were driving on that late possession, and were able to kneel it out in victory formation shortly thereafter. So Manuka hangs on for a 13-10 win, fundamentally takes control of their conference right now, but that conference has been all over the road, so it's certainly not done by any stretch of the imagination.
Hello, boys.
Hello, sir.
Jimmy on the spot with that score for me there. Barrington up 36-18, really took control in the second half, Souce. I want to combo that with a question that had just come in from Matt in the chat. I'll throw this up here on the screen for us. He says, is Lincoln Way East Loyola an 8A rematch looming, or can anyone else compete with them this year? I want to snowball that in there, or bring that in there with Barrington. Barrington can be an 8A?
Barrington is an 8A team, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Well, with the way they're playing against a really good Palatine team, offhand, Souce, Lincoln Way East Loyola looks like a pretty solid matchup to me. I'm going to go ahead and put Barrington on that list of teams that I think could be a contender, though.
I understand what he's saying there, but I think if I had to place the proverbial poker chips on what I think is going to happen in 8A, I think that's what's going to happen. I think those are the two teams right now, specifically in 8A, that I think have separated themselves from the rest of the group. Consistently strong play. Very few games where the opponent seems, capable of really matching up with them. I think those are the two teams. But if I had to make a secondary list, Barrington after tonight's performance would be very, very high on that list, if not in the third position. That's a strong, solid program. And I think whatever side of the bracket that they end up on, they'll probably end up, it's kind of hard to guess this right now because Loyola still has that game with Mount Carmel looming in week 9. So to say, okay, Lincoln Way East is going to be the number 2 seed, Loyola's got more playoff points, they're going to be the number 1 seed. Well, they could lose that week 9 game and they could end up being, a 7 and 8 seed if they lose that game. And Lincoln Way East and Loyola might end up on the same side of the bracket because of that. So that's something that you kind of have to consider. We won't know. They might not be able to avoid being on the same side of the bracket. We might end up playing another semifinal game with them. And if you know your Lincoln Way East Loyola history, we not only have we had recent championship games between them, we've also had 2 fairly recent semifinal games between those two as well, because they ended up on the same side of the bracket. So long laundry list of games between those two, and they haven't always come in the championship game.
If they ended up on the same side of the bracket, I would say, just quickly looking through it, Matt, Warren obviously is a team that you always have to have on your radar defensively. They're just fantastic. Barrington, we already mentioned. Maine South looks like it's starting to play much better football. I'm never going to count out Maine South. David Sarah in his final season there. Those seem like the top teams to me, Seuss.
Yeah, I think that's a fair list. That's I would I think if I had to put together the list, notwithstanding with the loss that kind of threw me a little bit, York belongs on that list. Barrington belongs on that list. Maine South belongs on that list. But yeah, it's definitely. I do think there is some separation. Like I said, between Loyola, Lincoln Way East, and that second group that maybe has 5 teams in it in my mind. But yeah, that's kind of the way I see it.
Barrington scored again.
Jeez.
Seuss, I saw Lincoln Way East week 2 against Batavia. What do you feel like their biggest hole is?
Well, we had talked about it early in the year. I kind of felt like them being able to kind of establish their running game was going to be an issue if they didn't find a solution. It kind of looks like they have over the last couple of weeks, kind of a combo mix between Nuri Muhammad, who frankly looks like a little bit of a bowling ball. He's about 5'8" and just keeps his feet moving and churning. And Zion Gist is a junior who has kind of evolved into kind of like maybe kind of like the Lincoln Way East version of Thunder and Lightning. And they've formed kind of like a nice little combo, and they've been able to run the ball a lot more effectively over the last couple of weeks than they were earlier in the year when I saw them. I wondered if that was going to be an issue. I know teams don't want to go up against them defensively because there aren't a lot of weak links in that armor. They definitely, I saw some early video. They started at 6:00 tonight, and they've got a couple of defensive linemen in Caden O'Rourke and David Wusky, who good luck trying to block both of those guys. They're a nightmare.
Yeah. I saw them just frankly like walking up and getting warm ups. I'm like, yeah, circle that number to make a few plays tonight. And I'm sure he's been doing that all year. Let's see, bouncing around. We do have a comment here. Burlington finished max preps. Yeah, I'm looking. Last I saw was in overtime against Hampshire. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that one. Jimmy will take.
Boy, that's a surprising final that just popped up on the screen there. Rock Island 14-7 win over Sterling. I had been pointing towards the Moline game as the pivotal game for them getting into the playoffs, and that's a disastrous loss for Sterling in regards to them getting into the playoffs.
I was talking with Ty Reynolds, who's out covering a game for us this evening. I was talking to him on the phone earlier today, a longtime sports editor out in Sauk Valley for us. And I had started looking through Rock Island's results a little more, Seuss, and they were 1-6 football team, but they had been in some games. You looked at their one win, it was against a team that Sterling only beat by 4. I want to say it was East Moline. I just kind of got the vibe, particularly with the weather. Sterling doesn't score a lot to begin with, that this game was going to be close. I'm not entirely shocked by that result.
I'm not shocked by it, but because that conference has been kind of hard to read after Quincy anyway. It seems like we've had a lot of results this year in that league where, teams that maybe you think are at the bottom of the conference are keeping it to a touchdown or less. But like I said before, I felt like after they picked up that win over Geneseo, they had a little bit of momentum and they were going to somehow find themselves a path to get to 5 wins. That's not going to happen now. That's their 5th loss. They're out. So that's when I look for games like this tonight, and I'll be obviously looking for them next week as well. When I talk about spots being created for 4-win teams, losses by teams like Sterling tonight are what open up those avenues, because these are teams that I had finding a path to 5 wins, and now they're not going to do it. It's not even possible. I mean, they're 3-5 now, so they can't get there. So that's going to potentially, provided there's not another team out there tonight that does the reverse and pulls off a win and I haven't seen one yet. There probably will be one, but there will also probably be a couple more teams that do what happened to Sterling tonight as well. So that's when you start talking about how are we going to get 4-win teams into the field. Teams like Sterling not finishing the job that I thought they would heading into tonight. That's how those opportunities arise. Kankakee, big win over Thornton. Not a big surprise there. K's 8-0 heading into what I think actually might be a little bit more of an interesting game against Crete Moni next week. Crete has been playing a lot better in the second half of the season. I don't know if they're ready to go to Kankakee, but they'll, that's a fierce rivalry. We know it, Kyle. We know that this is a matchup that both of them kind of hang their hat on for all season, and the last couple of years have been good games. Kankakee has kind of taken control over the rivalry over the last couple of years, but I feel like Crete is maybe lurking in the weeds a little bit here. Kankakee has not been pushed for a very long time, so I'm sure they're going to get a little pushback next week.
You tell me a Crete Moni football team is playing its best football come week 9, and I'll tell you that's exactly what I expect.
Yes, that's exactly what I expect. We had Coach Konecki on a couple of weeks ago, talking about how they've, kind of gained a little confidence as the season goes along, and that's definitely what you come to expect. So there's another final that I was keeping a close eye on tonight. Brother Rice with their 24-7 win over Montini. Important for Brother Rice. They're still sitting on 4 losses. Now they get back to the 500 mark, head into St. Rita next week. Potentially needing that win to get to 5. Well, obviously needing that win to get to 5. They're a leading candidate to be a 4-win at-large team if it comes down to that. But it seems strange talking about Brother Rice needing to win in week 9 just to get into the field. But that's the scenario that we now see ourselves in.
I'm kind of popping around here, Souce. Southwest Suburban, Lockport and Bolingbrook are in overtime, it looks like.
Yes. We are just I'm looking at that right now. My feed is not very good on that game. But it looks like we got a little mop up there. But it's let me check and see if I can get a better update on that.
Yeah, the score I have is 21, knotted at 21.
It is now 28-21 Lockport, and we're in the 4th quarter. It is not overtime.
Okay.
Yep. So it looks like a bad snap from Bolingbrook.
I'm not sure you guys can see that. I threw that up there. It was a final from Burlington Central. See if I can make this any larger. I'm not sure I can, so I'm going to pull that off screen here. I was trying to show Burlington Central wins that game over Hampshire in overtime, 17-14. The reason I threw that up there, it was absolutely pouring, it appears, at the end of that game. Wow. For most places escaping at the end of the night. These guys were just, you can tell, just drenched, soaked in mud here. That is an interesting OT game there. Burlington Central needing that win to have a chance in week 9, right, Souce?
Yeah. They kind of put themselves behind, the proverbial 8 ball with that loss earlier in the season to Crystal Lake Central. Was going to need to pull off a win over one of the big 4 in order to get themselves a chance, but they're still alive, and that's sometimes all you need in poker parlance is a chip and a chair at this point. So they have that chance. They have an opportunity to win their 5th next week.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, that's a program that has not made the playoffs at least since 2015.
It's been a few. Yeah, I believe
it's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a few. So just to update, Wheaton Academy has now stretched their lead to 30-7 over Aurora Christian. That's definitely the width of that lead for Wheaton Academy definitely surprises me a little bit. I didn't see that coming. So that's impressive for Wheaton Academy tonight. Looks like they're going to move to 7-1 on the season. So I see Catholic over De La Salle. They get win number 6. That's gets them back on path. So,
you want to go back to your
Sure.
spreadsheet here? We can just kind of climb up until some people jump on.
Okay.
As soon as we can find that.
All right. Okay.
If my
So
eyes
go
are
to
correct,
the-
is that 1A?
That's
No.
1A,
Okay,
but we
okay,
can go
what-
anywhere. We can go to 6A. We went with 5 last time.
Yeah, so we'll climb up.
All right. So the most interesting thing that starts the conversation here with 6A is right now we have only one team remaining that does not have at least one loss in the entire potential field, and that's Kankakee, who won this evening. So now they're 8-0. So yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind there. And then you look at the 6-win group, and not to cast aspersions on them, but they don't usually do that well in the playoffs. There are 3 public league schools in that group. So looking at that, so you see that next group, but a couple of interesting teams out of the Middle Illini sitting there at 6-1, Dunlap and Washington. Kankakee played Washington early in the season and only won that game. The only score of the game was on a kickoff return. So Kankakee won that game 7-0. So that was showing that those 2 teams are pretty even. But obviously, the team that jumps off the page, sitting down there on line number 9, they have 2 losses on the season. East St. Louis, those 2 losses coming to Mount Carmel, and the number 2 ranked team in the state of Texas. So pretty strong loss profile for East St. Louis at this point in time. So last time I checked, at East St. Louis was winning somewhat comfortably against Edwardsville. I never saw the final, so I'm going to assume that they went to 6-2. Little caveat that's kind of weird about East St. Louis when you're looking at them, they do not have a scheduled Week 9 game. So at this point, I have to believe that East St. Louis is not going to have a Week 9 game. They had one under contract, and they did not have a contract, and they had an opponent basically bail out on them and take a game with Edwardsville instead. And they were never able to find a Week 9 opponent after having that happen, basically right before the season started.
So what does that mean in terms of your projections or anything? I mean,
East St. Louis is provided that they won tonight, they go into the playoffs as a 6-win team. There's no penalty to not have that game.
Okay.
The wins are the only thing that matters. So they won't be, for example, they won't be grouped ahead of all the other 6-win teams because they're 6-2 and the other 6-win teams are 6-3. That doesn't happen. They'll simply be stacked as a 6-win team along with the other 6-win teams. Thank you for that final 27-15. East St. Louis with the win there. So they effectively will, unless something bizarre happens in the next 2 days and they find an opponent from somewhere, they will finish 6-2 on the season in the regular season and probably end up with, hypothetically, I'm just guessing here, probably somewhere around a 8 or a 9 seed in the 6A bracket, because of all the fact that all those teams that are also listed in gold there are going to have the ability to get to the 7-win group. So East St. Louis is probably going to fall down the seed chart simply because they don't have a Week 9 game. And for all intents and purposes, not having a Week 9 game almost feels like a loss here because in this process.
Hey, Jesus, can we show Manuka?
Sure. Okay, so Manuka with the win tonight goes up to the 16 group. So I'll take him out right now and move him down. So let's just pop them up right now. So then they're going to go up here. Lincolnshire Stevenson also joins them at 6-2. They won last night in their game. So Manuka moves up into around the 10 spot in that group. We've got, several teams in front of them. We were just talking about like who is in that second group of 8A behind the front runners. You've got 3 teams right now in the 8A mix that are still undefeated. Loyola plays tomorrow against Bennett. Lincoln Way East won earlier, so they're actually 8-0 officially. Barrington, I don't know if that game's gone final. So you've got 8-0, 8-0 at the top right there. Loyola waiting to go 8-0. That second group of teams, Maine South likely to move to 7-1. Naperville Central 7-1. That York game is tomorrow. I haven't seen an update on South Elgin, but we're looking at that group. So right now, and this has kind of been consistent with Minooka, as long as they keep winning, they're factoring in at probably somewhere between, the 11 to 15 range in seeds, as long as they keep winning, along with a pack of 7-2 teams. They have average points, not tremendous points. So they wouldn't catapult past all the 7-win teams. They'd probably find themselves right in the middle, provided they do win in week 9. If they don't win in week 9, they would drop into the conversation around the 20 seed.
So this is an interesting question. Are you seeing any chance that 7 wins does not guarantee a home game in round 1? That's from Zachary.
Well, I think if you look at kind of like what's going on in some of these things tonight, what you have to look at is like a classification as of like 7A here. We'll take an example of that. That whole screen is filled up with teams that potentially could get to 7 wins. Because if you're in gold on that screen, you have 5 wins currently, and if you win out, you can get to 7 wins. So there are 21 teams on the board right now that have the capability of getting to 7 wins if they haven't already. To get a home game in the first round, you need to be in that top 16. So there are teams in here that will probably lose from that group. But I would say 7A is the class most likely that where you would be 7-2, and basically, have a 7-2 team that makes that field and doesn't get a home game.
So I'm gonna throw this off the screen here. I'm gonna add Josh Welge in. He was at Yorkville and Oswego East. Yorkville, off the top of my head, the victory there. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Hey guys, good. Final in Yorkville. Yorkville beats Oswego East 13-8. Big picture, Yorkville with their 3rd consecutive win. They become playoff eligible. It'll be the 5th straight postseason they've reached. They also actually put themselves in position where, with a win over Plainfield North next week and a little bit of help, again, if West Aurora, I believe, beats Minooka, Yorkville could win a share of the SBC West, and Yorkville last won a conference title in 1989.
Oh, geez.
I got to imagine they're aware of that.
Yes, that was definitely brought up. That was brought up, who was alive then, and a few coaches raised their head, and I think some kids started to raise their head, then they realized that their math was a little bit off. But, the story for this game, Yorkville's defense, they forced 3 turnovers. Ben Alvarez in the second quarter, pick 6, got Yorkville on the board. And then late in the game, they were nursing a 7-2 lead. Oswego East got the ball deep in their territory. And Jack Ferguson made a really nice diving interception of a screen pass and set up a Josh Gedemy touchdown. And Oswego East scored their touchdown within the last few seconds when the game was pretty much decided. But, Yorkville's defense has just been very strong really all season, but really the last few weeks in particular. I mean, they held, Minooka to 13 points. They shut out Oswego last week, and then they basically had a shutout to the last few seconds of the game tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about them in our podcast. That defensive line seems really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, well, for one thing, last year their defensive line was the strength of the team. I mean, Andrew Lurk at Colorado State now. Jake Davies is at Wyoming. They were really the backbone of that whole team. Honestly, they were big. They were huge. They were a very big defensive line. They are not as big of a defensive line this year. Ben Alvarez, who's been a linebacker throughout his high school career, he's actually played a lot of defense. He's played at least some defensive end for them. Jake, as you know, he's a state wrestling champion. Put on some pounds. But they had a junior, Bryce Griffith, who he's not very big, but he's really quick. And he made some big plays defensively for tonight. So they might not have the size that they had up front last year, but they're obviously still getting it done.
Awesome, Josh. We'll let you go. We got a couple other people here in the chat, but thanks so much. And looking forward to the podcast on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
All right. Michael Drojak, we'll get to you. We'll add you. You've been waiting and staying patient. Brother Rice, 24-7, the final. Crusaders now 4-4.
Yeah, they're 1 win away from making the playoffs. Maybe they get in at 4. I don't know. Soucie can talk about that a little bit more than I can. But they seem pretty dominant today. They ran the ball really well. Randall Nodden ran for 246 yards, 2 touchdowns. Almost hit a 3rd touchdown, but the Broncos stopped him at the 1-yard line. So Marcus Brown ended up running it on a QB sneak to get the touchdown there. And Montini had 7 penalties for 40 yards, just kept, shooting themselves in the foot. And anytime they started getting any sort of momentum offensively, they just really derailed any sort of drive that was really kind of working for them. They had 1 successful drive off a big run from Alex Murray, but they just couldn't figure it out against Brother Rice, and Brother Rice just kept running the ball well, and the defense played pretty strongly to limit any opportunities. So a big win for Brother Rice as they get to 4-4 and will face off against St. Rita next Friday.
Michael, we had talked a little bit about this before, wondering whether or not that Brother Rice would be able to run the ball as effectively as they kind of need to. Was there anything different tonight that they were able to do kind of with Nowden to just kind of get him free and get him going?
I think the offensive line was just doing what it needed to do. I mean, I talked to Casey Quenfeld after, and he said, obviously Randall's a really talented rusher. He can, find his holes, and he's really elusive. But the offensive line really performed well today. They created a lot of holes. They kept pushing downfield, and they really created a lot of opportunities for him. So I think this offensive line is clicking, and this team is going to need the running attack to go. The passing game just hasn't clicked this year without their top wide receiver. Has been out for much of the season. So the passing game hasn't kind of worked the way they wanted it to. So I just think it was pretty much the offensive line just pushing ahead and kind of doing what they wanted to do. I mean, during the summer, Casey talked about how much they love running the ball, and that's going to be their identity. And that's exactly what they did today. They just ran the ball, ran the clock down, and, just really exhausted that Montini defense.
Awesome. Michael, thanks so much for the time. We'll let you go.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Okay. We are going to add Kevin Hieronymus here. Kevin, you got us. Thanks so much for staying patient. We appreciate it.
Hey, good to see you guys.
There we are. Okay. You're at Princeton and Mendota. Looks like a 55-0 final.
Yes.
Princeton the victor there.
Yeah, it was all Princeton tonight. The only thing that slowed the Tigers down was a little sinkhole that emerged during the warm-ups because of the rain. Had about a 15-minute field maintenance delay.
Did anyone fall in the hole?
No, they got taken care of before any problems. But Tigers put up 49 points in the first half and turned it over to their fresh off second string and pitched another shutout.
What makes their offense so explosive? 49 points in the first half. I don't care who you're playing. They're getting it done.
Well, it starts up front with the line. They have a tremendous line. Kate Odell, Payne Miller, Jack May, Vujano, and Rhett Pearson. They really open things up, and Casey Etheridge and Ace Christensen just take advantage of it.
Awesome. All right, Kevin, thanks so much for the time. Thanks for jumping on. We appreciate it and staying patient. All right, Kevin Hieronymus there from Princeton, Mendota. I'm going to get a look here in the comments. Seuss looks like Wheaton Academy up huge over Aurora Christian, 30-7.
Yeah, that's a final now, Jake. That's
okay.
that score. Yep.
I'm going to pop in here because Seuss, I wanted to ask you a question about that.
Yep.
So Aurora Christian beats Marion Central 40-28 a couple weeks ago. We know Marion Central is going to need a win against Wheaton Academy in week 9. Seeing this score with the way Wheaton Academy is playing, I say it's going to be an uphill battle for Marion Central.
Yeah, and I've kind of been on that page the entire time. It's been this confirmed that for me. It's going to be a difficult path for them to get that win in week 9. For me, when I looked at this on paper before the season started, scheduling the non-con that they did, I understand why they did, and in some cases maybe they had to do it that way. But going Richmond Burton and then the Milwaukee Academy of Science was a little bit of a wild card. They didn't know what they were getting into there, but that turned out to be a really good football team. So to kind of dig that 0-2 hole coming out of the box, and then knowing, just based on past history and stuff like that, that there were going to be 3 teams in this conference that were going to be tough for them, to beat with Aurora Christian, Hope Academy, and Wheaton Academy. Then they had put themselves in this situation that they find themselves in now, where they're going to have to beat one of those teams, and now it's kind of a winner take all. The only respite that they have right now is the fact that by playing that schedule, they would be very, very high on that list of teams if they did not win to potentially make the team make the field as a 4-win team.
Yeah, that's where I was going next. Is how high are they on that list currently?
Well, of the teams that I have projected as finishing that through week 7, they were 4th on that list.
Okay,
so that's pretty good. I mean, like I said, I've had all season long, I've had between 3 and 6 teams making it as a 4-win team. But obviously, you don't want to be on that list holding your breath, because I had it at about 5 heading into week 9 last year, and we saw that slowly squeeze down until we only got 1. So, and I think that if we have that same scenario play out again, that spot's probably going to go to a Catholic League team before it would go to Marion Central Catholic.
All right. Before I jump back off screen, Doris, I'm still looking for a Canelan Woodstock North score for you. I haven't been able to find it yet, but we'll get that one for you. I'm really interested to find out how that one ended up myself. So
we also have people wondering on St. Lawrence and St. Rita. I'm not seeing that one, but I will.
I haven't seen that one in a while. The last time I saw it was 17-7. And Kyle, I'll help you out here. I got a final on Canelan. Canelan won that game 28-7.
Yeah, I mean that's big for them. I mean they've been on the short end of some real close losses and seemingly battling some injuries as I'm reading. So they needed that one.
Well, every time that I look at my potential playoff projections on a week-to-week basis, there are certain teams that kind of jump off the page at me that have multiple losses this year, and Canelan is one of those teams that I feel like if you're an 8-1 heading into the playoffs and draw Canelan in the first round, you're not real happy with that assignment.
Right.
You're feeling like
you don't want to see
feeling
that
like you probably have you're feeling like at 8-1, you feel like you maybe deserve maybe a little bit easier route in round 1, but someone's going to draw that team, and that's going to be definitely a problem. There's an interesting score that we just threw up there. Morton over Dunlap. Morton still undefeated and just a team that no one is talking about right now out of the Mid-Illini Conference. They finish next week against Washington. That's their final game of the year. Washington also a very strong team in that conference. But I'm really interested in these guys because they started the season with a couple of non-conference victories, and I didn't really know what to make of them. And now all those 2 teams have done since losing those games to Morton as win football games. Mahomet Seymour, Rochelle, they both won they lost narrow decisions to Morton, and ever since Morton's just been kind of rolling along and winning football games. So kind of a sleeper for me in 5A right now is the Morton Potters.
Little upstate 8 action, South Elgin 49-7 over Bartlett.
Well, provided that Glenbard East finishes that win off against Glenbard South, then that will now forge a 3-way tie at the top of the Upstate 8 conference with Bartlett winning. So I'm not sure if that game went final, but like I said, the last time we saw it, it was a 2-touchdown gap between those 2 teams.
We got a little bit of a break here. Batavia, the final. We talked about this, 28-14 over Wheaton South. Batavia now clinching outright the Duquesne Conference. And with Glenbard North next week, they're looking to finish up there at 8-1. Their one loss being to Lincoln Way East at the very last second. So Batavia continues to roll.
Yep, and that's kind of what you've come to expect from Batavia. They just kind of get the train on the tracks and keep on moving. So not a big surprise. And I think I heard you talking about it earlier today when I was listening to the podcast with you guys about Batavia, kind of controlling the conference, and that pretty much I think that pretty much puts it on ice now, doesn't it, Jake?
Yeah, no, they won that outright. So they had a 1-year reprieve, last year, but they're really deep. They're really, really deep, defensively and offensively. It starts up front in both of those ways. And they just play physical, sound football, have a lot of different guys that can throw at you. So let's see here. A couple other scores coming across here. Starting to get a little quick. We touched on that. Glenbard East 28-14.
Yeah, so that's a final, and that's a 3-way tie at the top of the conference. So
cool.
a couple of updates on some games that are going on around there. A little bit of a mild upset in Central Illinois. Monticello beat Prairie Central tonight 21-13, and we were talking about earlier about teams that with Sterling dropping out, well, Monticello now is a team that kind of takes Sterling's place because they were a team that I didn't think was going to be able to get to 5 wins because of the schedule that they had remaining. That win over Prairie Central puts them back on the path. So that's definitely a good win for them. So just talking about a little bit of the trade-offs, and that Lockport Bolingbrook game is now opened up in the favor of Lockport. They now lead that game 42-21. So definitely a game that we had talked about a little bit earlier in the broadcast, how important it was for Bolingbrook. Looks like they're going to drop to 3-5 on the season now with this loss. They have a ton of playoff points, but the bigger problem for them is their Week 9 game is against Lincoln Way East. So this might be, putting the proverbial nail in the coffin on Bolingbrook's playoff hopes.
Seriously, we have a lot of guys working behind the scenes. Jimmy and Neil, we want to thank them for their continued work. Neil has been hard at work putting together some highlights for us all night, and we'll throw it his way. Second hour of those.
Jack Ben.
Contreras' pass is complete to Contreras. Abdullah's 30-yard field goal is good.
Touchdown! What the?
I love it. Touchdown. Barrington Palatine, Jimmy's telling us went final 50-32. Barrington, the victor in that one.
Yeah, big win for Barrington. I mean, I guess it kind of misread the situation there. Barrington, I guess, maybe was just kind of waiting for their opportunity to put their best foot forward, because over the last couple of weeks, they've had a couple of close calls against some teams that I thought that, to be frank, I thought that they probably should beat rather handily. And they just kind of rolled their way to this win tonight. So definitely an impressive victory for them.
For those of us that are just joining, maybe you're coming home, jumping in the car, or you're back home in front of the fireplace. We got some coaches that are going to be joining us later on tonight, hopefully. Tim Racky and Nazareth should be jumping on. Last I saw, that was a final 42-13 over Marion Catholic. Soucie, we talked about that. They started 0-4. They should be now 4-4, assuming that is final. And then Jason McKee, head coach at Carmel Catholic, victory over Niles Notre Dame, 24-0. He should be joining us a little bit later on as well. So if you're just joining us, make sure you stay tuned for that. Soucie and I have been breaking down we're going class by class, and he's got it all in this big spreadsheet, and and working his magic. So as more of these people jump in, we will. Yep, there we go. The final 42-13. So, Soucie, we got a quiet moment. Do you want to just jump right back into your monitor, and we'll keep climbing up, and we'll go back down to 1A eventually.
Yeah, we had talked a little. I popped over to 8 a little bit before, but I think we'll go over to 7 now first, and then take a look at that. And what I was talking about before when we were, looking at like potential teams that might not have a home game. What you're seeing a lot with this one right here, I'll open it up a little bit wider for us. Got 6 and 7 win teams in the green, 5 win teams in the gold already. So that looks like we're steering towards a deep bracket in terms of wins and losses. Just basically looking at what's going on there. At the top, you've got obviously Mount Carmel on its way to potentially 9-0, but still has to deal with Loyola in week 9, so we don't know that for sure. You see another one in here, Edwardsville. They lost tonight, so they drop out of that undefeated group. Maine West got a little bit of a scare tonight from Niles West, but did end up winning that game 14-3, so they will go to 8-0. I haven't seen a normal community final yet, but I believe the last time I saw they were up comfortably in that game. So basically looking at probably 4 teams heading into next week at 8-0 with the potential to go to 9-0. But for me, the interesting teams lurk down there in that 6-win group. Now you're looking at Lincoln Way West and Lincoln Way Central, which I think are both pretty intriguing teams. Batavia now lurking right there underneath, potentially could be as high as, with the losses that have happened tonight, with Edwardsville falling down, you could probably see Batavia moving up potentially as high as the 5 seed in that bracket, which is about as high as they've been all year long. They're very interesting in terms of who can make a deep run. And then you go even farther down. I mean, obviously you see some Catholic League threats down there in the blue. Obviously, when you're in the blue at this point, you're not guaranteed a playoff berth. You still need to get at least one more win. But there's some interesting teams down here in that 4-win group that are still looking to find their way in. St. Rita and Fenwick. We talked a little bit about Yorkville earlier. Kenwood's a complete wild card. A lot of talent on that football roster. Can they put it all together in the playoffs? Advanced into the 3rd round of the 6A playoffs last year. So, just a lot of depth in the 7A field from top to bottom. Like I said, a lot of green and gold at the top of that bracket. Most of these classifications, if you've watched the earlier ones, those blue teams start to creep into the bottom of the screen. Here we've got a ton of green and gold, and they're all winning tonight for the most part. So they're either going to move from gold to green, or they're going to stay in green. And potentially that whole screen could be filled up with green teams by the end of the night. So that's what you kind of have to look for moving forward. So we were talking about this. Someone asked a question earlier about, does 7 and 2.
Jesus, can I interject? I'm sorry. I know you're on a roll here. We do have Eddie Crewfield that's standing by. So I'm going to pull that down. And Eddie, if you're ready to go. Hey, Eddie,
no, go back to Steve. I was watching that. Go. I could wait a little while longer. It's not like there's a deadline or reading stuff to be done.
Last time we checked, Genoa Kingston was up big at halftime, and then your Twitter went silent.
Yeah, I got caught up writing for an early Rock Falls deadline. I'm so sorry about that. It's
okay.
52-13 final. Genoa Kingston wins. Maverick Johnson had a 65-yard run for a touchdown for Rock Falls. That was about little less than half of their total offense. Battle of Blue Teams apparently on Steve's spreadsheet next week when Rock Falls and or when Genoa Kingston and Rockford Lutheran play, because apparently Rockford Lutheran won tonight. So that should be a couple 4-4 teams playing back up here in Genoa next week.
So Rockford Lutheran beat Oregon. Is that what you're telling me, Eddie?
That is what I heard. You may want to verify that officially, but that was.
I can't be surprised by that, because everything in the middle pack of the Big Northern Conference this year has been very, very difficult to, I guess, cipher. So
Yeah,
that
no,
would just be
it's-
adding to the pile, to be honest with you.
Byron's number 1, Dixon's number 2, and
then we don't
take a
know.
pick.
Yep.
So, yeah, but no, GK needed this one, obviously, and they came out. Brady Bruick ran for more than 200 yards. I know Jake had asked about Hodgson after his big game. I had asked, no one seems to know the last time GK had a 100-yard receiver. The best guess is probably 7 or 8 years ago. Possibly could have been even longer. They threw the ball once. He did draw a pass interference on an unofficial pass, but that ended up not counting. But those were all they had a pass they ran. I think it was 55 times, I'm going to say. Yeah, 55 times, 474 yards. So that's a little more what we're used to with GK.
Great stuff, Eddie. I'm going to pull Souce's brackets there up just so you can keep watching. So we appreciate.
I will watch the replay.
Please do. Awesome, Eddie. Thanks so much.
Hey, no problem. Bye.
All right. Eddie Carifio does a great job for us out in DeKalb. How about this? We'll take a quick break, Steve. You kind of take a look at your streams as we get some more finals. We come back. We have one more hour live Friday Night Drive, so don't go anywhere after a quick break.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire. Yeah, he really likes this field.
Team of the Week MVP.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
And we're rolling right back into the last hour live of Friday Night Drive. Jake Bartelson, Steve Soucie with you the last couple hours. Thanks so much for making us a part of your night. Neil, Jimmy, and Kyle Neighbors working behind the scenes. Always appreciate their work, guys. Thanks so much. Souce, we got an hour left here. We'll pull up your board in just a second. I do got a quick read, and then we'll pull up your board and talk some scores. Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, catering available. Locations in Rock Falls, Sterling, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try the original Chicken George today. So a couple finals rolling across the screen here. Rockford Lutheran 22-14 over Oregon. Looks like East Aurora, Kyle, in the comments. Fifth win tonight. Their most in 23 years, he has commented. So, Souce, we'll throw it right there. That's perfect. East Aurora, where do you think they fall in your projection amid a fantastic season for them?
Well, I think it comes down to next week. looking like they'll probably pick up win number 6 against a winless Fenton team. It kind of puts them in a position of being in probably the 24 to 26 range in terms of seeds in the 8A draw. That's obviously a huge step up based on the fact that they haven't won more than 5 games in quite some time. So a good win for them tonight against another program that has had quite a significant playoff drought. They beat West Chicago this evening. West Chicago is also going to get in, and I don't think they've been in the playoffs since the mid 80s. So interesting development in the middle of the pack in the Upstate 8 conference. So, the teams that are kind of finished behind that big 3 that we talked about before, Glenbard South, Glenbard East, and South Elgin, usually those 4th and 5th spots are some of the other teams in there. So, but big step up years from both of those programs, East Aurora and West Chicago.
Souce, we'll throw this question up here before we get to your breakdown. Zachary asking, are you seeing any chance of Kewanee falling to 3A? You had them projected as one of the smallest schools in 4A. Would 3A be better than 4A?
Well, sometimes you can make the argument that almost in every situation, if you had the opportunity to take the lower classification, you choose the lower classification. Here, I'm not sure if it's not maybe a little bit more than a toss-up. I think there's enough depth in both of the North brackets in both 3A and 4A to where whichever one you got placed in, you're probably going to see difficult opponents as early as the second round. So there's a path for Kewanee to get into the 3A field. And I think ultimately it probably would be the better situation for them. But both the 3A and 4A have substantial obstacles on the north side of their brackets.
Got a couple people chiming in the comments here, asking for Huntley score. Last I saw on that one, it was 35-7 over Dundee Crown. We'll get a verification on that, but just kind of flying by scoreboards. That's what I saw. A couple other ones. That's correct. Jimmy, thank you. Yeah, that is correct. So Huntley, the victor in that one, 35-7. Do you want to jump right back in your boards and just keep climbing up? Okay. Yeah, we'll pull that up and you take the wheel and educate all of us.
Okay. We were talking a little bit about 7A, so we'll finish up that conversation real quick. With 7A, and we're talking about, some interesting teams in the gold group right now. Those are teams that currently have 5 wins. Later on tonight, little plug, I'll go through on Friday Night Drive After Dark and update these charts. So we'll have what it looks like after 8 weeks. I'll start moving the teams around, changing the colors, so you get a perspective on what we're looking at heading into week 9. I won't update the week 9 games yet, but you'll have a better idea of like how many teams we have that are sitting here with 6, 7, and in some cases 8 wins kind of stacking up at the top. Those graphs on the right are useful for that information too, once we get all these scores updated. So, but once again, some interesting teams in that blue group. We talked about it before. Another team that we haven't talked about a lot in the 7A mix, I like Jacobs a lot. I think this is a team that we talked about before, has had a schedule that was really, really front-loaded with the better teams in the Fox Valley. I think this team's playing a lot better right now. You look on that screen right now, they're down. Now, granted, this isn't sorted via points, but they're down in the 33 spot. That's not an accurate representation of where they would be seated if they made the playoffs, but they would be in the bottom half. Even if they win out and finish at 6-3, they would be, we're looking at probably a 24, 25, 26 seed. And like we were talking about before with Caneland, if I'm an 8 or a 9 seed, I'm not real thrilled with finding out that Jacobs is the 25 on the other side of the bracket with me for a first round game. I would have felt like that 8 or 9 seed would have dealt me a little bit better fate. So definitely an interesting look at some of the teams a little bit deeper in the 7A bracket. So, and then moving on to 8A, we talked about it a little bit with that question that we had about Minooka earlier. Clear distinction at the top. We've got 3 teams left now in 8A that are all undefeated. I'll just move them right now here as we talk. Excuse me, we got 2. We got 1 we're waiting on tomorrow. Loyola plays Bennett tomorrow afternoon. So they're the other remaining team that is in 8A. So when you look at this overall, you look at that second group. We were talking about it before. Who is in that group behind Lincoln Way East and Loyola as potential teams that could, find themselves maybe in a championship game if Lincoln Way East and Loyola ended up on the same side of the bracket. I think the list is right there. I think York is on that list, Maine South, Barrington, like we talked about. Another team that, people are not talking about a lot, and they've just been quietly going about their business, is Naperville Central. I'm pretty confident that they won this game. And that was definitely, they won their game tonight. I'm going to look right now because I have it right here just to make sure. Yeah, they won 49-21 over Matea. So now they're 7-1. And to be honest, the one game that they lost this year, they probably should have won. So this is a team that could easily be undefeated at this point. They stand there at 7-1. I think they're an interesting team to keep an eye on.
Awesome. Looks like what? Oh, there we go, Jimmy. You got it right there. How about that, Soucie? 44-43 DePaul.
DePaul is a really interesting story. Out of the Catholic League, they've been playing in the lower rungs of the Catholic League, down in the red. But if you watch their scores this year, they've been hanging with some prominent programs deep in games, and they have not been able to quite finish them off. But this one they finally did. They finally got that win over Fenwick. I mean, they were really, really in a jostle with Providence earlier this season. I felt like this was a game that was kind of percolating, that it was going to be a game that DePaul could potentially get. They would get a game like this over the course of the season. I didn't know who it was going to be against, but this doesn't shock me just based on how close DePaul has come in earlier games this year in picking up a win over a team that a lot of people wouldn't expect them to be able to get. This is a far cry. This program has evolved very quickly. I went to see them in a Saturday afternoon game against Joliet Catholic about 4 years ago, and they looked completely overwhelmed. This program has come a long way in the last couple of years.
And credit to Jimmy also saying that was a double overtime. So exciting finish there.
Yeah, so definitely, an interesting situation right there with DePaul. Like I said, a game that I felt like, they were going to get a feather in their cap kind of win before the season was out. And I'm going to go take a look at them right now. Boy, that is very interesting. Now that I'm looking at it, that might get DePaul in the playoff field. That's a big deal for them. They have De La Salle in week 9. It's a game that I think that they can win. That is a huge win for DePaul because I've been looking at it at the beginning of all 4 of the teams in the red, looked like they were on their way out of the playoff potential field because of the difficult crossover that they all faced tonight. But DePaul hanging that win on them, that is big. And then on the flip side,
right,
Fenwick drops to 4-4. They have IC Catholic next week.
Yeah.
Which is problematic for Fenwick. They may not be able to get to 5 wins themselves. So what we might have witnessed right there was DePaul stealing Fenwick's playoff slot.
Well, yeah. I couldn't agree more. And to add on that, let's see. For those that are just joining us again, thanks so much for your comments. We'll try to get to them as much as we can. Score updates again. Steve is going to be doing his Friday night drive after dark once this concludes at 11 o'clock. So don't go anywhere as he's going to be filling things in. But if you do have questions and comments, make sure you jump in there and we'll try to get to them as much as possible. We'll continue to round up some of your finals and continue to project out. We do have a quiet backstage, Sue, so we can just kind of jump right back into your big spreadsheets there, if you'd like.
Sure. So what I'm going to do here is I'm interested now because of that result that was just brought to the table. Fenwick has been jostling between the 6 and 7A classes the entire time. So let's hypothetical. Fenwick doesn't make the field, and what does that mean? So when you look at that, you start looking at, well, who are the big teams enrollment wise in 6A? Because all these sheets are based on my projections from last week. So bracketing these in these classes, there's going to be some subtle changes that come from class to class. So with Fenwick potentially being knocked out, and granted, it is not over for Fenwick. I want to clarify that right off the top. But if they don't beat IC Catholic next week, they don't get to 5 wins. And unlike a lot of the Catholic League teams, their non-conference schedule is not that strong in regards to playoff points. So they are, unlike many, many other Catholic League teams, if they are a 4-win team and they would be a strong contender to get in, Fenwick isn't. So it really kind of becomes a must-win situation for them on IC Catholic. So if IC Catholic defeats Fenwick, takes them out of the field, you have to start looking at the big 6A teams in regards to who would be placed in the field to take Fenwick's spot if the spot was vacated. And some of those teams would be like a Lake Zurich. That's a possibility for a team that might move into the Class 7A field. They're a big one. So, that's a conversation that you have to start looking at. I don't have my roll sheets in front of me right now, but that would be kind of one of the snap teams that I think might see a move like that should Fenwick not win in week 9. So just kind of a scenario. And now I'm interested, now that I'm thinking about that game, because that game has opened up a lot of interesting possibilities that I didn't think we'd be discussing right now. DePaul, I'm seeing them down here in orange, which means they need to win out. So they're way down here, 45th on the 4A board. So obviously things have changed pretty violently. They'll jump up and they will be a blue team now. They'll move up into that next group. But obviously they would be a 5-4 team with a fair amount of playoff points. They would obviously be in the North bracket. So then that becomes another interesting facet that comes through when we're talking about North and South in the 4A bracket, because where the line is drawn right now between the North and South and 4A hovers around Interstate 80. And you've got a lot of interesting programs in the construct of what 4A will look like that hover on that line. Morris being the most interesting one, at least from serious threats. If Morris remains in 4A, they would be basically a coin flip on which side of the bracket that they end up on. So North, South, all those situations. So, and I see that question from Vinny there. At the beginning of the season, I was leaning Sycamore on this game, and each week I started to lean a little bit towards Morris. And now I think if you're putting me on the spot, I now fully lean towards Morris. I think Morris is going to win that game next week. So it's definitely not a game that I think is a slam dunk Morris win. But if you're asking me to pick a favorite in that game right now, I think it's Morris.
Great stuff, Soucie. He is the wizard. I'm curious, how long does it take you to organize that and get everything perfect?
To be honest with you, it becomes a little bit faster now because I've spent so much time with it that you could call out a random team and I could probably tell you what their record is and who they're playing in week 9. So I've spent so much time with it that it's like it's almost just kind of like scooping out what is left of my brain and just kind of throwing it on there and knowing that it's right. So I spent so much time with it that it almost becomes like a weird foreign language that only I speak.
And it's still better than the shoebox of cards that he used to carry around when I first met him. Dude, that's how he used to keep track of the playoff.
I can't even tell you how much, and I mean, I'm not joking when I say this, if you looked at the way that I did this when I first started to do this compared to the way that I do it now, your head would explode. You would not understand how I even bothered to do that because it's ridiculous. Like Google spreadsheet is my best friend in the history of the world. It makes this process so much easier to do than it was back in the day when I had, like Kyle said, a shoebox full of index cards that had every program in the state. And that's how I did it. Because I I first endeavored in this experience, and I'm going to date myself as the old man that I am. The first time I ever did this was in the fall of 1991. So I've been doing this, and it's changed forms and it's done in different ways. But the way that I used to do this, utter and complete madness. I mean, if you told me I had to go back to doing that way, I would tell you I'm not doing it anymore. That's basically what it comes down to. This exercise, putting all of these together, took me about an hour and a half yesterday. To be honest with you. So putting this thing together for tonight's show. So that tells you where I'm at. Some of the other stuff takes a little bit longer, like the master spreadsheet that I use for collecting scores. That's a bit bigger of an operation. But this particular exercise didn't really take me all that long.
And that's exactly why we should remind people that are watching, make sure you're subscribed to Friday Night Drive and ShawLocal.com, because you're not getting this anywhere else. It's all Soucie. So we are so lucky to have him along. Soucie, we do have a comment here. I'll throw this up. Any thoughts on East St. Louis close battle with Edwardsville, 27-15?
Yeah, I watched a good portion of that game. I didn't really know what the score was at the time because it was reading blank at the bottom of the NHFS score, but it kind of felt like, East St. Louis was a player away from, like, every time I looked up, it just feel like they were an inch or two off of making a big play and kind of breaking that game wide open. Kyle and I talked about this a little bit earlier in the podcast earlier this week about how Edwardsville's struggles against Belleville East had given us a little bit of pause coming into this game. It didn't look like either team played their best game tonight. So moving forward, I can see how Edwardsville can be a problem for whoever they would play in 7 or 8A, because as much as we talk about how fast and athletic East St. Louis is, Edwardsville got some burners too. There were some times I looked up and I was like, whoa, what's going on there? Is that at 1.5 speed? I mean, there were players on both sides were moving fast, athletic. I think that there's some very interesting permutations from what Edwardsville might be able to do with the right draw, whether they end up on 7 and 8A, because they are firmly a bubble team between those two classes. They're right in between the two.
I've seen Edwardsville in the playoffs at least 5 times over the last decade plus now. And of course, we're talking high school kids. Rosters are changing every year. But consistently, I don't know. I find it hard to come across a program that I know of that gets off the bus harder for a playoff game than Edwardsville. Every time, I've never seen them come out and have a letdown game. Like, those guys are always jacked. They are not a team I ever want to see in the playoffs.
Well, I remember this was from, I'm not even sure what year it was, but I remember one time when they came down to Bradley. They came up to Bradley, I should say. And that's a good 4.5 hour haul in a bus. And everybody was like, oh, they're going to have dead legs. And Edwardsville promptly scored. Edwardsville promptly scored 3 touchdowns in like the first 5 minutes of that game. So, that's a program that knows how to do it and knows how to make these travels and knows how to do the things that it needs to do to be effective. And that's why they're able to, they've made runs, fairly deep into the playoffs on a somewhat regular basis. It's a very good program. It gets overshadowed by the dominant force that has been East St. Louis, but in their own right, Edwardsville is a very solid program and deserves its respect.
Frequent contributor and guest on here, Michael says, Litchfield 20, Pana 15 final. Tell Soucie.
Yeah, he's right to inform me of that, because that's a bid stealer right there. That is a team that has defeated a team that's already in the field. Litchfield, when I looked at that, I felt like they had 2 games down the stretch that wouldn't allow them to get to the 5-win parameter, but that win does. So there's another team tonight that has rose up and pulled off what could be classified as an upset to fight their way into the field. So definitely a nice job there.
All right, Jesus, we're going to pull that down. We do have Coach Mark Molinari from Downers Grove South. He is awaiting and in the chat, so we're going to pull him up. Hey, Coach, how are you? You got us?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for jumping on with us here tonight. I was not able to track down a final. Could you just fill us in real quick on that?
Yeah, thanks for asking. We just left Proviso East and Maywood. The final was 63-6.
Okay. Obviously, you guys are rolling now. What, a 5-game win streak? So there's a lot that you could point to team wise of why the success is happening. But just broadly, what's been really key for you?
Well, we started off. We always have a pretty tough schedule to begin with, and we had a new quarterback this year in our first 3 games, and felt like we competed in the first 2 games pretty well and had a couple turnovers. In the Wheaton North game and the Downers North game, those games were a lot closer than the score indicated. And third game versus York, York was a good team and we were a little bit beat up. But quarterback has gotten a lot better, started to find our way on offense, and our running game has really kind of taken over. And been able to stack a few wins together, and hoping next week we can put one more together to be the outright champs of the West Suburban Gold.
Coach, obviously, I mean, with that 5th win, it takes a little bit of that weight off your back. I mean, getting there and barring something really bizarre, which I just don't see happening, 5 wins is going to get you in this year. So, I mean, how much of a relief is it to just know no matter what happens in week 9 that you guys are going to hear your name called on playoff parent night?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the goal every year is to win conference and make the playoffs and see what we can do. And something that Coach Belskis did before me for a lot of years. And we started to put some of these playoffs, being in the playoffs the last few years. And I think this year we've got a team that's wanting to make a run. And we believe that we play some good defense and are able to run the ball, that we're going to be able to do that. And hoping getting the 6-3 and having some playoff points from some of those teams we played earlier, it's going to give us a chance that we're going to have a team that we can compete against and maybe even get ourselves a 2nd round game at home.
All right, Coach. Hey,
Coach, having those games at the beginning of the year, like you mentioned, that kind of gave you, it was giving you those playoff points. How much do you think, in retrospect, did that give your team a better understanding of what it took to put together the winning streak that you have?
Yeah, I mean, our guys knew that it's a good measuring stick, and Downers North is a very good team, and they've gone on and beat Glenbard West and are having an excellent season. That game was 7-6 with 3 minutes to go, and we had some really costly turns. We gave up 2 touchdowns in 6 seconds, and but it told us, if we do the right things, that we're going to be in great shape. But if we also don't pay attention to the details, it can get out of hand quickly. So hopefully we're going to learn from that and have a great week of practice this week as we get ready to go against a playoff team versus Addison Trail and get some momentum rolling into the playoffs.
All right, Coach Mark Molinari from Downers Grove South. Thank you so much, Coach, for joining with us tonight. We do appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Great stuff. I love it. All right.
I just got an interesting note here, Jake, from my friends at East St. Louis.
Go for
it. Apparently East St. Louis is being awarded a forfeit win because of the scenario that I had talked about before in week 9. So they're not playing, but they're getting the W. So they will be a 7-win team. So they're saying the IHSA just basically ruled on that and said that the late scheduling change made it too difficult for East St. Louis to be expected to find a week 9 game after their former opponent bailed on them. So interesting breaking news, courtesy of my friends down at East St. Louis. So they must be listening to us tonight. They must have heard the conversation. So thanks for that. I appreciate that, guys. Thanks very much for letting me know. That's definitely interesting news.
Yeah, so interesting. All right, Soucie, we got some more people in the comments here. We'll go Jonathan here. We'll pull him up. How many 4-win teams are you thinking?
Well, I mean, last week we saw that I had 6. So far tonight, I've seen, and there will be things that change as they develop, because I mean, I've really only seen about 25% of the finals at this point in time. I've seen 2 teams that I believe I'll be putting in the projection that I did not have in the projection the week before. And I've seen 2 teams that have lost that I had in the projection that I thought were going to be in there. So right now it's a wash. So that would mean basically, if nothing else changed, it would stay with 6. I don't really believe that will be the case. So I think we're probably looking at 4, 5, maybe that will be into the week 9 projection. And as we all know, over the last couple of years, and basically every year that I've ever been doing this, week 9 is the crazy week. It is the week that you have upsets come out of nowhere that you never would have seen ever. And that's what it really comes down to. You usually have a couple of spoilers. You have some teams that jump up that, technically don't have any playoff aspirations to play for, that just rise up and cut it loose and pull off an upset. But then you usually have several more teams where you look at it on paper. These guys are 4-4 and they're playing a 6-2 or a 7-1, and they just rise up and pick up that win and fight their way into the playoffs. And that's what we'll be watching very carefully heading into week 9. It'll be interesting when I sort everything out tonight to see how many direct 4-on-4 matchups that we have. Those are always fascinating. Usually there's a list of about 15 or 20 of them statewide where it's essentially a week 9 playoff game where the winner gets in, the loser is out. So those are always fun, and trying to parse which ones of those teams are going to get those through. But to answer your question, I think this week's projection will probably have somewhere in the range of 3 to 5 4-win teams getting into the playoffs.
And I think that's a real natural way to kind of segue in. We're going to be doing this again, obviously, week 9, live at Friday Night Drive, 8 to 11. Make sure you don't miss us there, because that's when all the fun happens, and we're going to be breaking that down. So don't forget about us next week, 8 to 11 here on Friday. Soucie, we got about half an hour left. So we can kind of take this wherever we want. We can jump right back into your board. We could wait for some more comments and questions to kind of filter in. And we'll keep an eye on any interesting finals here. We do await probably 1 or 2 more coaches if that happens, but we'll see. But in the meantime, we can just throw up your board and you can keep on driving the bus.
When we look at the boards right now, I think the things that are most interesting to me to look at when we get through week 8 is some of those teams that we were talking about before, like with DePaul winning that game tonight. Like, I want to go look around at some of these classes and look down into the orange group. Some of these groups that, like, where there are teams that really needed to, like, get things done tonight. And for the most part, like, I'll start with 2A. We were talking about Marion Central Catholic a little bit before. They're down here in the 3 and 4 group. They did win tonight, so they've moved up into the blue group. Ultimately, you got to get into the gold to, that's the 5-win group. So, they won tonight over Elgin St. Edward. They're up to 4-4. Can they beat Wheaton Academy next week? Just kind of looking at it, I think they're the underdog in that game. And moving down, just kind of looking at that, will they get in as a 4 and 5 team? They'd be in that conversation, but they certainly don't want it to put it in there. But looking at the rest of this group, I haven't seen all the finals on some of these teams, but a lot of these teams in orange are going to fall off the board. And then you go below this right now, and you still have to keep them on the board just because of the fact that they can get to 4 and 5 and potentially be in that conversation. I'll be honest, right now, there's only one team that entered tonight in the purple that I feel like has to be kept on the radar to make this happen, and that's Marist. So most of these teams are only kept here on a technicality because they don't have enough points, even if they were to win their last 2 games, get to 4 and 5 to be in that discussion. So they're just kept here for the 0.5% chance that they can find their way to 4 and 5 and be one of those teams. Like I said, most of these teams don't have anywhere near enough team points to be qualified, but you keep them on the chart until next week. So all teams after tonight that have 6 losses will obviously be eliminated. So if these teams lost, they will be taken off the board. So just what I'm kind of looking at in each one of these classes, who from this bottom group, can potentially make that move. I'm looking at 3A. I don't see a lot of teams in that orange group that I think can make that happen. And we talked a little bit about the long shots in the purple, but the core of your classifications are going to come obviously from the green and yellow groups. And a lot of the blues are going to find their way in because if you're blue to start tonight, you're 4-3 coming into the night. You essentially need to split. That's the worst case scenario, and that will still get you into the 5-win group. And I still believe, barring some substantial movement, unless you have really, really bad points and 5 wins, if you get to 5 wins, you're going to be fine. So there's a small list of teams, and I'll publish them later on heading into week 9, just to let people know who the most likely, danger candidates are in the 5-win group. But if you get to 5, I think you're good in almost every situation, especially if you're an established conference and you've played pretty solid competition all year long. I kind of use a benchmark heading in, through 7 weeks of play. If you're in the mid-30s at this point in the time of the season, you're totally fine. If you're in the low 30s, you're probably almost certainly okay. If you're below 30 through 7 weeks, you might have to look at it a little bit. You got to get worried. But there are some teams right now through 7 weeks that are, sitting around that 5-win barrier. They're in the low 20s. And those are the ones that really need to worry about where they end up finishing. Because when we've had teams miss, they usually have really, really low point totals when that happens. I'm talking about 30 or less for the entire 9-week season. There are a couple out there right now that are floating around really, really low point totals. And that comes from playing in a conference that maybe doesn't do that well, or an independent schedule where your schedule is really kind of piecemeal. So that's definitely some of the factors that come in. But we were talking about here and looking at 4A. I mean, DePaul has moved up into the blue group. That's a very interesting win. Probably one of the more interesting wins of the night, with DePaul beating Fenwick tonight. Just totally flipped my perception of what was going on there on its ear. Going to the 5A group. 5A is an interesting class because of, like we talked about before, some of the teams at the top, but this is a class that I think it's most likely that will have, potentially could actually even have some 6-3 teams hosting in the first round when it's all sorted out, because of the quality of opponents that some of those teams at the top have to play. The 4-win group down here in 5A is interesting. Providence lost tonight. They're at 4-4. They're in a must-win situation in week 9. I believe they played Bennett, if I'm not mistaken. That's coming from the memory banks. But and then, of course, you go down even farther. Nazareth has found their way back to 4-4. They're now in the blue group. And Nazareth, it's just such an interesting story with them. I mean, starting the way that they started and having so many close calls and games where they were totally in those games, but a loss is a loss. So to see them bounce back in the fashion that they have, that win over Brother Rice last week was huge. Expected them to get this one tonight. Now that Wheaton St. Francis game next week looks absolutely fascinating to me.
It's juicy, isn't it?
Yeah, it really, really is. And it like before the season, I thought it was fascinating. Now I think it's even more fascinating. So like this was a game that I thought maybe we would have this type of situation where maybe one of them would have to be fighting for playoff position. St. Francis is already in, obviously, but what they've done over the last couple of weeks just makes them interesting. Like in almost any game that they're playing right now, I'm interested to see what St. Francis is going to do, because you feel like that's going to come down to the wire. I don't think they'll have any problem tomorrow in that Saturday late afternoon game against Leo. But heading into that week 9 game with the opportunity potentially to take Nazareth out of the playoffs, do you think that doesn't provide a little bit of incentive?
I think that's it's whiteboard material, right?
Yeah. So it's definitely, kind of what I look at right now. And I've talked about it a lot when we're talking about the potential 4-win teams. If Nazareth does lose that game, super high on the list of teams that would potentially get in playoff point wise. It's really hard to beat Nazareth's non-conference schedule. I don't think anybody who played a 2 non-conference game has the potential to have 17 wins out of their 2 non-con opponents, because that's potentially what Kankakee and York could deliver to them. So that gets you a lot of playoff points. And then when you play in the strongest conference in the state, you're going to get a few more. So Nazareth will be well beyond 50 points. And that's a slam dunk in terms of, putting you very high on any potential playoff point list.
Awesome. For those that are still with us here, keep it up with the comments here. We have about 20 or 15 to 20 minutes left here. So if you have any final questions for Steve, now is the time. to get them in. But again, a quick reminder too, he is sticking around and doing live Friday Night Drive after dark, after we sign off at 11. So if you don't get him in now, he's going to be adding things in and breaking things down well into the night, early part. So for those that are joining us, thanks so much for doing that for the duration of the night.
The interesting thing that I see in 6A is, like, I'm looking at the blue group right here, and a large chunk of these teams lost tonight. So, I mean, that's going to kind of change the landscape of what you're looking at in 6A. I mean, Lamont lost tonight. Crystal Lake Central lost tonight. Lake Forest lost tonight. Deerfield lost tonight. St. Rita did win. Eisenhower won. But, you know, a large chunk of these teams lost. So they're going to remain in the blue, while very few of them are going to go up to the gold. So that's a very interesting group right there that we looked at. And then notice how small the 3-win group is. And that's going to be even smaller now, because we've got, I mean, I think Grays Lake Central lost. I haven't seen that score. But, I mean, those teams are both going to fall down into the group of, you know, having to win and then needing help next week in the 3 and 5 groups. So that's the interesting thing when I look at 6A is the division there. It's just a very, very small group of teams that are in the 3-win group in 6A.
Hey, Soucie, we got a question here. Do you see Clifton Central making the playoffs this year?
Well, I haven't seen Central's final tonight. I believe they should have won this evening. If they did win, that puts them at 4-4 with a Week 9 game against Salt Fork that they would have to win. And just kind of based on results, as much as I respect those guys at Central, that's going to be a tough one to get past Salt Fork in Week 9. So,
Soucie, did you know that they played Salt Fork in Week 9 without looking, or did you have that in front of you there?
I didn't look. What do you think? I didn't look. I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking about this earlier today. So
you were thinking about this potential if they won this game tonight.
Well, it's just one of those things. Like there are certain programs that I look at that I kind of expect to be in the playoffs, and when I see that they're going to have trouble getting there, I know what their path is, and Central is one of them. Because next week they're the kind of team that I'm looking for in regards to, can they pull that upset? So I'm starting to look ahead to teams that potentially could have 4 wins in heading into Week 9 that are going to need an upset. So I like to know who that team is. So, but I knew earlier in the season what was pivotal for them, because right now I feel like there are 4 teams in that conference that are above everyone else. It's Westville, Moments, Bismarck Henning, and Salt Fork. So for whoever it is to get in, they're going to have to beat everybody else on their schedule, and Central didn't. They lost to Oakwood earlier in the year. So in order for them to get in the playoffs, they were going to have to beat one of those teams, and I knew that they'd lost the other 3. So process of elimination at Salt Fork.
That question was from our pal, Paul down in Herscher, by the way. Paul, good to hear from you, buddy.
Yep. So, yeah, so that's – no. Yeah, I'm a weirdo, but that there was a reason why I knew that. So –
just had to ask. I figured so, but while they're on the go, also asking here, Soucie, for you after here. Here we go. Will Steve be able to project the 1A through 8A brackets on live after dark tonight? I don't know if we'll get all the way through those brackets, but what do you think, Soucie?
We'll get a look like I was telling you before. I'm going to use these charts that we show on the screen right now. I'm going to go through and update them, so that we're going to have a pretty good look at like who is where and what will be left. And it'll give us a pretty good portrait of what we can look at. I won't have full like brackets compounded. That's a little bit too much to ask for, but we can definitely get kind of into the guts of it a little bit more tonight than we have in previous weeks, because we've got almost every piece of data that we need to solve this riddle. So still got Week 9 games, but we'll have an idea of, you know, who is slotting into the upper halves of brackets and kind of what it looks like. But the mapping process is what gets me too hard. If the state would just go to 1 to 32, yes, I actually could do it tonight. But the only ones that I could deliver full projections for tonight, if asked for, would be 8 and 7, because there's too much mapping that has to be done in the other 6 classes. Stupid maps.
Soucie, we're going to give you a little bit of a break here. We'll pitch to break. Neil and Jimmy have been working hard behind the scenes, putting together some highlights for us all night. So we do appreciate it. Neil, whenever you're ready, you can roll.
Jack Ben.
Contreras' pass is complete to Contreras. Abdullah's 30-yard field goal is good.
Soucie, how about that? I mean, 7 wins for the first time since 1969. Did you see that?
Yeah, and that's a really fun story with what Joliet West has been able to do. I have a longtime spirited conversation going on with Joliet West Athletic Director Steve Millsaps, where he's been kind of off and on harassing me for picking against Joliet West in the first week of the season when they pretty much manhandled Shepherd. So he's been giving me the business pretty much every week since, and I deserve the criticism in that situation. I will wear that one. I was dead wrong about the Tigers this year, and congratulations to them on their success.
Fantastic. We got about 12 minutes or so here to go. So for those that are still looking to get their comments in, we got a little bit of time left before Steve is going to be sticking around. He's going to be doing his after dark session, breaking it down more and more. But we do have a few more minutes for any other final comments and questions before we jump off for the evening pretty soon.
So I'm going to turn it around on you now, Jake. What did you see tonight that surprised you?
Frankly, I really just kind of keep my head in the Duquesne just because that's just my area here. Not surprised about the Batavia final, although I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, just the way Wheaton South runs the football. St. Charles North beat up on Lake Park. I think it was like 42-14. And that one, they are now firmly in the playoffs at 6-2. I think Lake Park is close. Like it's a program that's close. They've been climbing all year. Maybe one more year here still to go. And then I gotta imagine I'll pull it up. I'm gonna go find it, but I'm pretty sure Geneva probably totally took care of business against St. Charles East.
Geneva was a 42-20 winner.
Yeah, 42-20. I see the final. So, so now they're firmly in. So, no big surprises in that neck of the woods. Since that's my main wheelhouse here. So,
yeah, I'm just interested to see like Geneva with a big win tonight. They are an interesting look at where they're going to factor into that 6A bracket in the North. I think that the bracket has the potential to open up pretty nicely for them if it breaks the way that I think it might. So I think they're the kind of team that should be able to maybe make some hay in that 6A bracket this year.
I think so. I mean, the last couple of years they've just run into St. Rita, right at the start, and that's just been kind of the killer. But you feel like the way that
they can't now. That's not even an option.
Right.
since St. Rita jumped up to 7A. So that's not even that can't happen. So another path opening for them.
Yeah, and that's a team that plays really good defense, and they can score a lot of points. They got to get healthy. I know there's been some standout players that have been dealing with some injuries and not sure exactly all the severities, but if they're healthy, they can string together some wins. And as you know, as long as you've been doing this, sometimes the bracket breaks a certain way, and it clears a path here. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
and it's definitely an interesting look at 6A North because there are some dimensions to it that are not quite like what we're used to seeing. It looks like definitely Prairie Ridge is going to move down to the 5A bracket. So that's a team that's dominated kind of up there in 6A North that won't be there. Still going to have to deal with other Fox Valley teams. I mean, Cary Grove probably factors into that mix. But still, just it will look different than it's looked in the past. And I think Geneva is one of the teams that could benefit from that.
Receiving word here that we might be getting Tim Racky of Nazareth jumping on with us. We will see. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, yeah. He had texted to say that he had just gotten back to the school. We'll see if Coach jumps on with us before we wrap up. Soucie, I wanted to get your take on Highland Park. What do you think?
They're really kind of a hard read out of the conference that they're in. They have, there's not a lot of really strong teams in that conference, what it really comes down to. Maine West has kind of established itself as the best program in there right now. But it's so hard to get a measuring stick on them because of, like I said, their conference doesn't give them a lot of tests. They lost by 1 point to Maine West earlier in the year. So I think they're the kind of team that with the right draw, they could be pretty interesting, but they're such a hard read because their schedule doesn't give us a lot of real measuring sticks. Maine, you're showing the final up there tonight. Maine East is really struggling again this year. So can't take a lot of stock out of the ease of that win, but they're on the north side of the Central Suburban, which doesn't have quite the thunder that the South does. So they're an interesting team, but once again, they have not been very battle tested this year. So just about anything could happen once they get into a playoff game with a team that might have a little more thunder behind them.
Yeah, I'm looking through the 6A North projected bracket before we came into tonight and just looking for some teams that I feel like maybe can be a little further down the draw to give some people some problem. Maybe Libertyville. I don't know.
Yeah. And the thing about Libertyville is that I felt like they were doing some stuff early in the year, but they've still kind of struggled once they've gotten into conference to kind of put their signature on this season. They're still a step behind the powers of that conference. But they're still pretty solid. That going in. You look back at their non-conference schedule, and they beat Lamont, they beat Richards. Those were the two, their two non-conference wins before they went into league play. Still a step behind, but they're another team that I think is going to ultimately end up, on a double-digit seed line that as a higher seed, you're not going to be too thrilled with drawing. That's really what it comes down to.
Jake, you still working on that monster over there?
I'm a slow sipper. I got about a quarter left. I try not to slam them.
Try not to slam. All right. Well, we talked to you at 2 a.m. tonight still, huh?
Yeah, probably. And then I got to jump to a cross country meet here, early tomorrow morning. So whatever. It's fine.
C-Rob was asking down here. Let's see. What happened to Bloomington Central Catholic game tonight? Soucie, you hear anything out of that?
Has anybody, do you have a final on that?
I haven't seen a final, no.
I know what the question is here. Some people are showing on their schedule that Bloomington Central Catholic was playing the Milwaukee Academy of Science. They're not playing the Milwaukee Academy of Science. They're playing Madison tomorrow. That was a somewhat late schedule change. So someone's probably looking at that and saying, "Oh, I wonder what happened in that game." But no, they're not playing them. So that's a game tomorrow that Bloomington Central should probably win rather easily, rather than what I thought would be an interesting non-conference match. Because if you remember from our earlier conversation tonight, Marion Central Catholic lost to the Milwaukee Academy of Science earlier this year, and they kind of showed that they had a little bit of offensive firepower. So an undefeated Bloomington Central Catholic against them would have been kind of an interesting matchup to see where they sat down. But no, that game was wrong on some of the schedules.
All right. Hey, Souce, any other final thoughts here before we start to sign off?
Nope. I think we've bounced around on just about everything that I've caught of interest tonight. So, yep, I think we're good.
All right. So Souce is going to have his After Dark session after we wrap this up. To everybody that has tuned in, thank you so much for making us a part of your night, whether you started with us at the beginning or tuned in throughout the night. We really do appreciate all of your time. Again, remember to subscribe to Friday Night Drive if you can. Quick thank you to the guys that are making this happen behind the scenes. Jimmy and Neil, again, outstanding work, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Kyle Neighbors for jumping on as well. He's Steve Soucie. I'm Jake Bartelson. Thanks so much. We'll see you next week. It's going to be a busy week 9.
Come to Candlelight Inn, home of the original Chicken George and Jan Sauce. Dine in, carry out, and catering available. Located in Rock Falls and Sterling, Illinois, as well as Clinton, Iowa. Come try our original Chicken George today.
Need a roof, vinyl windows, or doors? Call R.E. Duchesne Construction. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and servicing Will, Grundy, and Kendall counties, call R.E. Duchesne. 815-722-2821. Financing available. Find out more online at reduchene.com.
Are going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, he really likes this field.
Team of the Week MVP.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interests. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
All right, guys. I'm back. Had to go with the glasses here, so I hope the glaze off the light isn't too bad for you. Contacts were bugging me. All right, so wasn't able to get a lot of scores in tonight with the show, so gonna need some help. Hopefully you guys are up for it. You usually are. Starting where I always start, right at the top. Heading to the Apollo Conference. Got my moment over Mattoon. All right, we're starting early tonight. Already missing 2. I need Effingham, Mount Zion, and Charleston and Taylorville. Those are the 2 that I'm looking for from the Apollo. Okay. I'm checking up. Thank you, whether to go on the Big Northern scores that you already got up there for me. I needed all of these, so I appreciate it. Okay. Mount Zion over Effingham. Charleston over Taylorville. Okay, we're all caught up there. Rockford Lutheran beat Oregon. Sets up a 4-on-4, 4-on-4 game. Okay. Stillman Valley beat Winnebago 27-14. Okay. And then Genoa Kingston 52-13 over Rock Falls. So now we're on the Big 12. Okay. So the Big 12 has multiple scores that I'm probably needing. Missing a Bloomington Champaign Central score. That's what I saw too. Thank you, Anthony. I was wondering that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now Effingham's got a chance that I didn't think they were going to have, so it's a big win for them. All right, Centennial over Eisenhower, 55-26. Okay. So like I said, looking for a couple of Big 12 scores. Danville and Richwoods is another one that I'm looking for. So Bloomington, Champaign Central, Peoria, Manual, and Urbana, Danville, and Richwoods. All 3 of those I need at this point. A nice win for Peoria tonight, 62-41 over Normal West. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to give these a minute, see if you guys can find those Big Northerns that I'm missing before I go too far here. So 3 games out of the Big Northern right now. Michael working ahead to the Black Diamond on me. Surprised that wasn't closer. Nice win for Johnston City there. My goodness. But several of these games in the Black Diamond will be a little closer than they turned out to be. Okay, thanks, C-Rob. So we got Danville and Richwoods, 21-3. See a Bloomington Champaign Central score anywhere? Might be tomorrow. It wouldn't shock me. I know they've occasionally had Saturday games in that league. So looking for a Bloomington. There we go. Thank you. 40-2. That's an interesting score. Okay, I got to go back up here. Oh, that's interesting. I'll look around, Levi, see what I find. Yeah, just trying to catch up a little bit here before I get too far. Still also trying to verify what Levi was asking about the Black Diamond scores. Trying to find a source that would verify that those are the same scores. Okay. Still checking around a couple places. A little behind tonight, guys. I was doing a lot of talking on the early portion of the show, which didn't allow me to chase as many scores as I usually do during the broadcast. So still kind of catching up with some things, finding out some things as we go. I appreciate everything that you're throwing in the chat. I'll eventually get to it, but I only like to put these scores in once. I don't like to go back and retrace my steps if I can avoid it. So. Okay. Yep. You were right, Levi. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I just checked the Black Diamond Twitter account, and they have the Johnston City score, the correct one. Appreciate it. Thank you, Levi, for catching that. That would have drove me bananas later on. Okay. Switching gears, going to the Cahokia, Illinois. Okay, Carlisle, 28-25. Interesting. So that puts Carlisle, and that's a win and get in situation. So if Red Hill loses that game next week, they just take the place. Okay, looking for a Chester and Red Bud score. Okay, that was about what I expected out of that one. Thank you, Michael. Now going to the Cahokia, Mississippi. All right, I need a Roxana score, and I need a Breeze Central Columbia score. Thanks, Weather. Freebird, 28, Salem, nothing. Yep. Expected there. So, all right, so now I'm stuck on Roxana and Columbia from tonight. Checking a couple different places for them. Just found Roxana there. Thank you. You got it the same time I did there. Appreciate it. Now I still need Columbia and Breeze Central. Okay, I found that one too. That's 33-13, so I don't need that one anymore. Okay, on to the Catholic League. I got most of these, so this shouldn't take very long. Thanks, Weather. Okay, Naz, 42-13. Carmel beats Notre Dame 24-0. That is a heck of a win for DePaul Prep tonight over Fenwick. Like I was talking about on the show earlier, if you didn't see it, that's definitely a situation where I feel like DePaul may have actually swiped Fenwick's bid. That doesn't happen very often. Still a chance for Fenwick, but a triple overtime win, in case you didn't see. 44-43 for DePaul Prep over Fenwick tonight. Definitely one of the wilder games in the Catholic League, or statewide for that matter. Okay, I'm looking for a St. Ignatius St. Viator score out of the Catholic League. In fact, I haven't really seen that all night long. Beats Providence 43-9. Also looking for a Marist St. Patrick score. Thank you, Weather. St. Ignatius, winner over St. Viator. Catholic wins 45-0 over Marmion. There's 20-7. Thank you. Okay, so we're all done with the Catholic League. Nice. 24-7. St. Rita gets playoff eligible, beating St. Lawrence. Okay. Okay, on to the Central Illinois. Got about 20% of them done. So I did get some of them in earlier. Okay, looking for both scores that were played tonight. Shelbyville and Clinton and Central A&M and Meridian. Just found Shelbyville. St. Rita won 20-9 tonight, Corey, in case you were asking. Okay, now you got them already up there for me, Michael. I'm moving on to the Central State 8 now. So Normal came back. I saw they were down early to Lincoln. Lost track of it. Rochester. Every week. Am I reading that? MacArthur beat Sacred Heart Griffin? Wow. Yeah. Oh, boy. That's interesting. Got some bid stealers tonight. There's one right there. Thought Decatur MacArthur was going to drop to 4-4, facing potential elimination next week against Week 9, and now they're in. That's another one. Good win for Jacksonville. Now they're a winner-take-all against Normal U. Okay, Central Suburban North. Okay, let's go to here. Looking, there we go. We got them coming right in there now. Niles North, 21-14 over Vernon Hills. That was the only one I was missing. Okay, and Central Suburban South, I'm missing one score. It's the new Trier game. I just found it. So Glenbrook South wins 35-20. So don't need any of those. Got all the Chicagoland Christian scores that were played tonight. Looking for Ridgewood and Elmwood Park out of the Chicagoland Prairie. So I'm looking for Ridgewood and Elmwood Park right now. Out of the Chicagoland Prairie. Missing that one. Okay, I'm going to go down here and fill in the gaps in the public league that I have while I try to track down that Ridgewood Elmwood Park game. Westinghouse beats Bulls Prep. Okay, goes out. So that's another team that I had factoring into the mix. They lost to Whitney Young tonight, so that's going to put them out. Got a couple surprise ins, a couple surprise outs so far. Still looking for Elmwood Park and Ridgewood. Carver beats Comer. 13-12. Okay. The rest of the public league scores are all Saturday. I got all of these. Okay, on to the heart of Illinois. Skipping all the way down there to the heart of Illinois. So about 40% done on score accumulation. Okay, yeah, okay, Niles North won or Vernon Hills won. I'm seeing Vernon Hills in one place. Well, I'll leave it alone and see if we can get that confirmed later on. Still, a score that I totally don't have is Elmwood Park and Ridgewood, excuse me. Sun Times says Vernon Hills too. So they all have the same score. Yeah, I'm looking for all the scores in the heart of Illinois large. Look at the detective work going on here. Tri-Valley over Tremont. Deer Creek Mackinac with an upset win. That's going to help them. Yeah, some interesting stuff tonight so far, guys, in some of the smaller conferences. It's going to be some movement. It's okay, Paul. We're all working together here. Okay, now I'm down to the heart of Illinois small. Missing Hayworth and Fisher and Leroy and GCMS. So both, I just found Hayworth and Fisher, so now it's Leroy and GCMS that I'm looking for. Interesting. Just saw another score that's very intriguing. Okay, so right now I need Leroy and Gibson City. Okay, 8-6. Wow, that's a doozy. Nice win for GCMS right there. So Leroy, 6-8. Okay. On to the Illini Prairie now. So right now, the only missing final that I have is that Ridgewood game against Elmwood Park. Missing a bunch of scores from the Illini Prairie, pretty much all of them. Just found the Pontiac score, so that's one that I have. I know that Monticello won over Prairie Central, but I can't remember the final. I saw it earlier. I made note of it, but I didn't write it down. So Prairie Central and Monticello, St. Joe Ogden and Rantoul are the two scores that I'm looking for right now. $21-13 for Monticello. So now I'm looking for St. Joe Ogden. Now Morris is going to get a first-round home game either way. Doesn't matter what happens in that game. They've got 8 wins now. That's easily enough to get them. Excuse me. Okay. Yep, you're right, C-Rob. St. Joe 62-8. Thank you, guys. Okay. Saw it earlier, but I don't have a Reed Custer Streeter final. I believe Reed Custer won the game, but I can't find the final right now. Okay, I just found it. So those are all done. All right, now we go into the independents. Mater Dei beats St. Teresa 55-7. Dealer Valley beats Aurora Central Catholic 67-19. Okay. So, still looking for a couple scores in here. Collinsville, that's a good question. Boy, that's a pretty big fall from state champion to what's going on this year. Collinsville over Cahokia, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah. That's a difficult question to answer, but St. Teresa has fallen quite a bit from that state championship team. No doubt about that. Trying to remember if I've ever seen a team go that far from state champion to what St. Teresa has gone to right now. Tough schedule, but still, it's pretty hard to go from state champ to what St. Teresa is now at 1-7. Looking for a Belleville Altoff Granite City score and a Red Hill Massett County score. I just found Red Hill, so we don't need to worry about that. I'll talk 53-14. Thank you. Okay. Anybody got a Quincy Notre Dame score from tonight against Soldan International from St. Louis? Yep, I just found the Quincy Notre Dame score. Okay. So now I'm looking for Oblong and Tecumseh from Tennessee. Got it. Okay, so that one's two. So out of the Independence, onto the Kishwaukee River. That Saturday score in there. Actually, I got all the Kishwaukee River scores already put in. Now to the Lincoln Prairie. Moving along pretty good, guys. About halfway done. Still looking for that one loose score. Elmwood Park and Ridgewood. Saw a tweet from them that they were playing the game tonight, so I do know that it didn't get moved. Can someone verify Nokomis beating Cumberland tonight? That's a little bit of a surprise. There's definitely some pushback coming from some 1A schools tonight, I've noticed. And when I say pushback, I'm talking about schools getting into the field with wins tonight that are a little bit surprising. So, okay, thank you, Weather. That's the score I saw. All right. On to the Lincoln Trail Prairie Land. Boy, talk about getting rudely knocked out of the ranks of the undefeated. Fulton just walloped Knoxville tonight. $42-0 for Fulton. It's a nice win. Okay. So I'm looking for several scores out of this conference right now. Start with Farmington and Lewistown, Mercer County and Macomb, Abingdon and Elmwood. Okay, I got the Farmington score. Thank you, Weather. Still looking for Mercer County and Macomb and Abingdon and okay, Mercer County knocks out Macomb. So that was what I was expecting there. 24-16. I'll get to the answering that question in a little while, Drew. Still trying to track some scores first. Thank you for the Elmwood score. Appreciate it. All right, so now we're going to go to the other side, the small division. Okay, looks like I need everything here. So South Fulton, Stark County, Rushville, Princeville, Anawan, Weathersfield, Rova, Monmouth United, Havana. I got United in Havana. Stark County 41-8. Okay. So I got the Princeville score as well. So I think between all of us, we got them all. On Weathersfield, 26. Already ahead of me a little bit there, Michael. So County wins 41. Okay. So let's go to Little Illini. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Max Preps has the wrong one. Okay, I need several scores in the Little Illini tonight. Harris Robinson, Mount Carmel, and Marshall. I'm wondering if Newton and Lawrenceville is actually on a Friday. I think that might have been moved. Newton moved to Saturday. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the Middle Illini, I know you had those up there. I'm going to go up and look for yours first there. Pekin 56-20. All right. One more 62-46. Northern over Dunlap 10-6. Okay. Crack open another Dr. Pepper here. All right. So now I'm in the Mid-Sub East. Working my way through that. Okay, in the West. Barrington over Palatine. Nice win for Barrington tonight. Over 250. Friend over Conant. 30-14. Hoffman Estates and Schaumburg, 28-14. Okay, so now I'm on the Mississippi Valley. Thank you, Anthony. Okay, so those are all in. Thanks, Anthony. Okay, now I'm on the North Suburban. Looking for a Libertyville Zion Benton score. Okay. So now I'm looking for two scores. Ridgewood and Elmwood Park. I just saw the same thing, Weather. I don't have a Libertyville Zion Benton final. Okay, just found the Ridgewood score. Thanks to my good friend Billy Judge coming through for me there. No, it's actually 54-3. Someone just sent me a shot at the scoreboard. I'm going to post a request for that. Libertyville score on Twitter real quick. Okay. So now we're going back in to the Northern Illinois Conference. About 90 scores left to get here, guys. Maybe a few less. There's a healthy Saturday schedule this week, too, so we should be probably able to get okay. So, no, just trying to find some of these Nick 10 scores. I'm missing everything out of the Northern Illinois Conference right now. So, Thank you for the Boylan score. Okay, I'm looking for Harlem and Belvedere North and Hananiga and Belvedere. Belvedere North, I just see that one. Thank you, Levi. Thanks, Paul. Okay, so this is an interesting question. I'm seeing different scores on Rockford East. I'm skeptical of the 26-23 score because I clicked on the feed on NHFS earlier, and it was a girls' flag football game that was playing. And then I saw that final score pop up later. So I'm confused. But I'm going to let that one sit now because I think since both scores have Rockford East, I don't need to chase. So I'll confirm that one later. Okay, on to the Northern Lake County now. I have all these scores. It's just a matter of inputting them. What a win for Grant. Okay. So those are in. And Grays Lake North. Around Lake. Okay. Now I know you. Yep, there they are right there, and I see scores. Somebody had posted them. You reposted them for me, Weather. Appreciate it. Ooh, 6-0. Crazy Town. Okay, so not a great night for the undefeated teams. Seen quite a few of them fall tonight. Worston loses. Winslow wins 50-0. Okay. So now we're in the Sangamo with about 75 more scores to put in for the week. Okay. Looking for Athens and Riverton and Olympia and Auburn. I know who won the games. I just don't know the score. Yeah, I knew that was a runaway. 64-14. Thanks, Weather. Okay, so Olympia and Auburn was my other need. I know that Olympia was winning comfortably. I got it. So 36-0. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to the Southern Illinois River, Mississippi. Okay. So getting there pretty quick. All right, looking for a Benton Pinckneyville score. I got it. So for thank you, weather, me and you must be working at about the same speed tonight because I'm seeing them. It's exactly the same time. Okay. On to the Ohio division. I think there was only one game in that conference tonight. And Murfreesboro with a 43-26 win. Okay. Sorry you had the South Central scores up there, Michael. I will go back and grab those because that's where I'm headed next. Okay. So, Vandalia 52-13. South Central, definitely a crazy conference this year. That is a huge win for Litchfield tonight. So that conference is probably going to provide another bid than I was expecting. Harlanville 28. This was not a good night for the teams hoping to get into the playoffs with 4 wins. I've seen at least 5 instances tonight of teams that I wasn't expecting to get in winning their games. So okay. Storm North Mac 36-20. And okay. And then Gillespie. Did they do? They lost 13-52. Okay. On to the South 7, which I think Michael's already got me taken care of there. And we're going to. Yikes. 70-41. My goodness. Okay. Carbondale and Marion 32-26. Okay. All right. South Suburban Blue now. About 60 scores left to do here. Wow, huge win for TF North, beating Hillcrest. TF North just keeps going, 7-1. Tinley Park beats Bremen. Oh boy, that's a bit of a surprise. Hillcrest loses 26-27. Forest loses 20-26. South 26-20. So now out of that, I got to take a longer look at Tinley Park. The Evergreen Park beats Fargo 33-7. And Shepherd beats Oak Lawn 21-17. So on to the Southland. $65-0. Lead over Bloom. Rich over Thornridge. 65 nothing over there. Okay. On to the Southwestern Conference now. Okay, so I know Edwardsville lost East St. Louis. I need an O'Fallon Alton score. Okay, just found that, so I don't need that one anymore. Yep, boom, you guys are all over it. Should just wait a half a second. You'll come up with it. Okay, Southwest Prairie East, we're under 50 scores that need to be put in yet. Romeoville, 46-14 over Joliet Central. Plainfield East loses 17-15 to Joliet West. Plainfield Central beats South in overtime. Keep their hopes alive. Plainfield North 10-0 over West Aurora. Okay. On to the Southwest Suburban Blue. West East 42-14 over Sandburg. Lockport 42. Bolingbrook 27. 27-42. Homewood Flossmoor. Ooh, that's interesting. Homewood Flossmoor with a 25-17 win over Lincoln on the West tonight. Opens the door a little wider for Homewood Flossmoor. Okay, I'm down here. Working my way through the rest of these Southwest Suburban scores. Central and Andrew, 43-16 win there. This is 16-43. Okay, now I'm in the Three Rivers. Three Rivers, Princeton over Mendota, 55-0. Kewanee, big win over Newman tonight. They're 7-1 now. 8-34. Okay. Hall and Rockridge, 0-35. Rockridge 35-0. Morrison, Orion, that's the other division. Three Rivers Rock. Okay, looking for a Morrison Riverdale final. Oh, just got it, guys. 51-6. And looking for a Monmouth score. Never mind, just found it. Thanks, Weddle. Okay, on to the Upstate 8. Yeah, there was a couple forfeits tonight. East Moline received a forfeit win. That's been on the books for a while. Rock Island Alleman dropped their varsity program before the season started. And East Moline wasn't able to come up with a replacement game for that. It's kind of hard to replace in week 8. You want the more competitive game? I would think it's York and Lions. I was actually kind of hoping to get enough done tonight to maybe sneak up there myself. Okay, on the Vermilion Valley now. Looking for a Salt Fork Oakwood score. Yeah, there were no weather-related forfeits tonight. And I haven't seen any other ones that kind of came out of the blue. Most of the forfeits that happened this year have been because teams have been too injured to put out a full roster. So that has been the primary reason that you'll see teams forfeiting this late in the season. Thank you for the Salt Fork score. So that gets me through the Vermilion Valley and onto the Western Suburban Gold. I think Michael's already got those in there for me. And I only needed one of those. I needed the Downers Grove North, Hinsdale South score. One more. Okay. Okay, Morton and Willowbrook. 41-14 Willowbrook. I think there's not many games on the silver side. There's a couple Saturday games. So Hinsdale Central. $46-13 over Park River Forest. Okay, on to the Western Big Six, and I think you already put those in there for me, Michael. So I can see the bottom of the screen now. About 20 games left, and I think Michael's got them all for me. So complete confidence in you, Michael. Not going to break our record of last week, but we're going to get done pretty quick. Okay, as we get down to the last of these scores, I plan on breaking down class by class like I was doing during the main broadcast, but actually getting into the results of tonight and showing how it changed. You guys have any preference on which class you would like me to start with? Because after I put these okay, so Beardstown over North Green. 38-26. Central 44-7 over Triopia. Calhoun 42-0 over Brown County. And 41-0 over Hill. And the final score that I need there, Greenfield 54-14 over Route. Okay. Make sure that I don't have anything missing. All right. The wins are in. All the Saturdays are in. Oh my, that is just crazy town, guys. Okay. So check to see real quick if I got an actual final on that Libertyville game. Okay. So I haven't seen the Libertyville final, but I'm going to mark that down as a W and just hope that I can find it later. I'm going to imagine Zion Bet did not rally. Okay, so I'm going to go with the first one that I saw. I'll start with 5 and then go down to 4 and then work my way down the ladder and then go back up. That's what I've decided. So I'm going to open that screen up a little bit more so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. So let's start with 5A. As per was the request. 1 second here. I'm going to pull up my sheet over here so I can see the finals. Just in case I need a refresher. Okay. So at the top, Morton was a winner. Lombard South was a loser. Sycamore was a winner. Peyton. When is that game? I think that's tomorrow. We won't get an update on that one. Yes, that's tomorrow night. Thought it was. Okay, Prairie Ridge. Antioch. Sacred Heart Griffin lost, dropped to 6-2. Highland 7-1. Seymour 7-1. Northern Park was no, they did win tonight 7-1. Underline Carmel 7-1. Lindblom lost to King. Hillcrest lost to TF North. TF North beats Hillcrest. And Green Park over Argo. Metamora over East Peoria. Carbondale over Marion. Noble UIC was today. They won. Joy Catholic won. St. Francis is tomorrow. Peoria won. Corpus played Thursday night. Marion lost. Cato Mac won. Mount Vernon won. Noble Bulls lost. Troy Triad won. Sal Peru lost. Lyle Bennett is tomorrow. Providence lost. King won. Brooks lost. Marion lost. Jacksonville. No, they won. My bad. Sterling lost. Tinley Park won. Nazareth won. Englewood STEM. I think that's tomorrow. It is. Ottawa lost. Burlington Central won. Grays Lake North won. Danville. Can't remember what they did. Think they won. Danville won. So they're 4-4. Hinsdale South lost. Woodstock North lost. East Peoria lost. Noble Meacham is tomorrow. St. Patrick lost. Freeport lost. Aurora Marion lost. Perspectives leadership is tomorrow. Muscuda lost. Westinghouse won. Galesburg lost. So we'll start by deleting 6 lost teams because they're no longer in the mix. Okay, what I'm doing right now is I'm just cleaning these up and putting them in their proper tiers so we can get an idea of who the top teams look like real quick. So as you can see, based on last week's projections, we've got 37 teams now that have at least 4 wins that are factored into the 5A grouping, but only 26 have 5. So out of this last group of teams, we're going to need a certain number of these to get their 5th win. Of that group, I think the teams that are most likely to do that are Danville, Providence, and Marion. So what you're already seeing is we might not have enough 5-win teams in this group. So what that means is we're probably either going to have to pull from other classes to fill the field, or that might be areas where 4-win teams are involved. So let me clean up the top half of this a little bit, and then we'll talk a little bit more about how it looks. So just looking at it in snap judgment at the top here, what you're going to see is, I'm kind of guessing here at points. I have them in another file. I'm going to see if I can pull these in here somehow with points for next week, so you'll have a better look at that. Or I might split screen it. It's kind of tricky to do that and share all of that information inside of here. So I'm going to bump these guys up to green status as they belong there. And see what you're seeing now as we break this down a little bit more. There are 20 clinch positions already out of this group. These are teams with 6 wins. And then you've got another group, and let's just speculate that Wheaton St. Francis will join them to make 21. So 21 teams with at least 6 wins heading into week 8. And then you've got another group here, a small group of 5 teams that will enter next week with 5 wins already in the bank. So now you're looking at all of this, and this is kind of the way that I think this will end up being. However, just looking ahead to week 9 opponents, I think Sycamore is going to end up dropping down into this group. So hypothetically, we don't have this divided into North and South, but you can get a good feel by just knowing where they're at. We'd say the South bracket is going to be led by Morton, Highland, Mahomet Seymour, and the 4 seed in the South bracket. That's that would require a little bit more study. My initial guess would be that's probably going to be Peoria. On the north side, you're looking at Prairie Ridge at the top, Antioch in the number 2 position, Sycamore in the number 3 position, but that is hinging on a Morris loss. If a loss to Morris, I should say. If Sycamore wins that game, they would go to the top of the North bracket. So that is kind of a look at what we're seeing right now in 5A. I can answer any specific questions that you might have about that, or I can move down to 4A. Either one. I'm happy to do either one. I'm going to clean this up a little bit and wait to see if anybody has any questions about how that is lined up. So it's this class was pretty solid in regards to what I thought would happen tonight. I wasn't really surprised by all that much. So I'm going to take that answers any potential questions in 5. I'm going to skip down to 4. So here we are in 4A. So tonight, Murfreesboro, Rochester, Dixon took their first loss. Morris was a winner. So that leaves us with 3 teams in this projected classification with 8-0 records. Murfreesboro has a game that I feel like they should win in next week. So, all right, I'll go back there in a second and answer that. All right, so in the 4-4 group, in 5A, let's go down here and look. The 4-4 group that I think that are most likely to get in based on who they are playing in Week 9. Marion, I believe, will get in. I believe Providence will get in, but if they don't, they're playing Bennett, which is another team in that group. So one of the two teams there will get in. I think Danville will get in. And I actually think Nazareth will get in. But I think Nazareth is kind of twofold. Even if they lose that last Week 9 game to Wheaton St. Francis, they will probably have the most points in the state. So if we have a four-win team get in the playoffs, I think Nazareth is the leading candidate for that. So I think Nazareth might get in either way, to answer that question. But the other ones in that blue group right now are all teams that have games that I lose. I think right now, I think the likelihood is that it's more likely, from what I've seen so far tonight, that a 4A team would have to go down to fill the 5A field, because we have some smaller schools tonight that pulled off upsets, and that will have to sort itself out. However, that's another situation where you have to go down here and look at these groups that are sitting around, because that's another thing that hinges in with that DePaul and Fenwick thing that we were discussing from before. So I'm going to go back here to 4A and start doing this some more. Kewanee was a win tonight over Sterling Newman. Carterville lost, so they're going to drop to 6-2. Wheaton with a winner. Boylan with a winner. Zion with a loss. Geneseo with a loss. St. Lawrence with a loss. So a lot of hits in the 6-win group tonight with losses. Harrisburg with a win. Wait a minute, that's not true. That's a Saturday game. Yeah, that's a Saturday night game. That's what I thought. Okay, Peoria lost. Sandwich plays on Saturday. I see Catholic with a win. Normal U with a win. Little City with a win. Free Central with a win. Noble Rauner with, I don't think they played yet. That's tomorrow morning. Okay. So, Charleston with a win. Lincoln with a loss. Rochelle with a win. Phoenix, that's tomorrow, I think. Probably should have went here and marked the Saturday games, but I ran out of time. Most of the public league games are Saturday this week. There is a healthy schedule of Saturday games, largely from the public league. Pretty confident. Yeah, Phoenix is playing Orr at 3. So, Mantino with a loss. Freeburg with a win. Noble Golder. I think that's tomorrow. So, let's talk about the Noble schools for a second so I can try to explain this before we get to this while I'm looking for that piece of information. Some of the Noble schools are in a conference where only the top 2 finishers are going to be playoff eligible. It does not matter what their record is. So you're going to see a team on here, Noble Rauner, who is listed in gold. And I'm going to kind of ignore them for that intent purpose, because they're not in one of the first 2 positions in their conference. So they can't make it. So the state hasn't indicated that yet, but that's what I've been told by everybody, is that only the top 2 teams in the CPL White Central are allowed to be playoff eligible, and it looks like Noble Rauner is going to finish 3rd. So, and Noble Golder is another team in that same situation. They play tomorrow. They might have enough wins to get in, but they won't be eligible. So that will explain why when I kind of look at them, I kind of ignore them in the grand scheme of things. So lots of hits in the 4-win category tonight. Almost everybody lost. So Ag Science is tomorrow. That's a Saturday game. St. Viator They were a loser. Sullivan already lost. Macomb drops to 3-5. Marengo on Saturday. Hall lost. LaSalle lost. Effingham won. Jerseyville, Jersey, they're a loser. Waterloo, winner. DePaul, surprise winner. They're 4-4. Aspires tomorrow. Staunton can be washed away. No, they did win, so they're still holding on. Anna, can't remember what they did tonight. That's tomorrow, so they're hanging on. Johnsburg is out. Aaron is on Saturday. Hyde Park, that's tomorrow. Clark got beat. They're gone. Civic Memorial is gone. North Chicago is gone. I will probably have a pretty good idea. I'm going to try to stack them in order once we get through this process right here. The problem with doing, the other classes is the 6 through 1 is that you can't. North and South can be tricky, just eyeballing it. So I don't like to really just kind of guess, and that's what I'm doing sometimes. I can do it based on my projections, but if we have new teams coming in, sometimes I got to do a head count. But we can get a general idea. It's really an interesting. That win from DePaul was very interesting for me tonight. I did not see that one coming. It's a big win for Effingham, too. Tonight over Mount Zion. I thought that was going to be the one that was going to drop them to 5 losses. And it did not. So nice job by them. Okay, so going to move Ridgewood up to the golds here. But the 4-win teams tonight did not do well in 4A. That's a rough-looking packet right there. Either they're playing Saturday, and very few of them won. So it was a big group when we started the night, and I was like, I wonder what's going to happen with that. And in reality, it turned out to be a bunch of teams that just did not make it to that next level. So IC Catholic's going to go up here. So is Coast City and Normal U. And Breeze Central. And Charleston. Oh, shit, a lot of 6-win teams here. Look at that. That's very interesting. You got a whole bunch of 6-win teams, a couple that can get there tomorrow. So we could potentially have 23 teams in that grouping of projected 4A teams already with 6 wins in the bank. So that's setting up interesting. Somebody asked earlier today about 7 wins guaranteeing you a home game. This is another class where 7 wins might not guarantee you a home game. So, yeah, a lot of green teams there. Already 20 teams in the green. So, all right, so let's take a look here real quick. And, I'm going to speculate right now that all 3 of the teams that are at the top of this list finish with wins in Week 9. Now, granted, that's still a toss-up game in my mind against Sycamore, but I think that the teams in the 7-win group, and I'm going to move Boylan up here, I think the likelihood of nearly all of them winning in Week 9 is pretty strong, other than possibly Diet. So what you're looking at here is, that top group here, we've got 10 teams in it. 9 of them are going to be sitting at 8 wins or more. And most of them are going to be on the northern side of that bracket. So a rough seeding in my mind would be Wheaton Academy is going to go up here. Boylan is locked, but I think they have more. I'm going to move Vocational down here And then I'm going to move Dyett all the way down because I think they're going to lose. And Dixon is locked, so they sit at the same place as Rockford Boylan. They finish with 8 wins. They'll have the same number of points. There is no tiebreaker because they would have lost to both teams. So you're looking at coin flip between Rockford Boylan and Dixon. So this is kind of the way that I see your North bracket shaping up. Wheaton Academy at the top, Pewanee number 2, a coin flip for Boylan and Dixon at 3-4, Richmond Burton at 5, Vocational at 6, and then kind of depends on where the lines are drawn in regards to some of these other teams. I think 7-8 is St. Lawrence IC Catholic, and that's provided that they both win their last week game, which I think they can do, but in the Catholic League it's so difficult. And then you're looking like Rochelle at a 9, Sandwich maybe at a 10. We're going to avoid Rauner. Ridgewood at like an 11. Golder is out. I'm going to say 12, Ag Science. So there's a specific team that like you're looking at. In regards to like seeding, because I know you were asking about potential matchups. Is there a team you're looking for? I think it was Weather that asked the question, because I can probably answer that better if I know who you're specifically interested in. Okay, I'll answer that Week 9 CPL White Division situation. Dixon. Okay, that's what I thought you were asking. I just wanted to make sure. I would guess right now, based on everything that we know, that the prime candidates right now for where we're at are St. Viator, DePaul, and Chicago Sullivan are potential first-round matchups for Dixon. Because you have to keep in mind that like some of these teams that are in blue are going to go away. Specifically, Noble Golder is definitely going to go away. Mantino plays Full City. I don't like their odds in that one. Salem has a team that I'm not sure they're going to beat. Plano would be another option. I think that's possible for Dixon. Taylorville, will win their Week 9. Cahokia, I do not believe they'll win their Week 9. And Waterloo and Effingham, I got to do a little bit more research. I think Waterloo's in. I think Effingham's in, but I have to study that one a little bit more. I think Marengo will drop into the 5-loss group, so I really don't think any of these teams are candidates. So when we look at 4A right now, got to look at blue and above. We've got 40 teams there, but like I said, I see at least 6 to 7 teams in here that are going to fall off either through their Week 9 or because of the Noble situation. So like I said, for Dixon, I think prime candidates right now for potential first-round playoff matchups, I would say Plano, St. Viator, Sullivan, and DePaul is my short list for potential teams. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, so I'm going to go down the ladder to 3A now as my next course of study. So Byron was a winner tonight. DuQuoin was a winner tonight. Sullivan was a winner. Wait a minute. Was they a winner? Or was that a Saturday? I can't remember now. It's all bleeding together, guys. I'm pretty sure they won, but it's one of those things when I'm doing something like this, I want to make sure that I'm doing it right. Yeah, they won. Okay. Sullivan won. Roxana won. Greenville won. Okay. Crane is Saturday. Durand won. Carmel won. Noble Johnson's tomorrow. Princeton won. So you see those, the green pack is pretty successful tonight in this class. Not a big surprise. That Crane Payton game is an interesting one. So I'm going to answer that CPL White division. I got distracted there. I'm sorry, Levi. The CPL White divisions, there are 4 of them that is not the one that has all the Noble schools. So essentially what they're doing, it's very similar to what the DuPage Valley Conference is doing. They're pairing off their finishers, first against first, second against second, against one of the other divisions. So they have a pairing, but I'm drawing a blank on which ones they are. But so one division's first place team will play another division's first place team in week 9. A lot of those matchups have been set up already, but a few of them, it depended on what happened in week 8. So if you go to the IHSA website and they have only 8 games for those teams, it's because they're waiting on who the week 9 is. So that explains that, or at least I hope that explains that. All right, so I'm going through here, factoring up some 3A stuff. Okay. Montini lost tonight. Olympia won. Unity won. Prairie Central lost. That was a little bit of a surprise. Carlinville was a winner. Oregon was a loser. And then Eureka won. Phillips is right on the bubble right now. So I have them in 3A, but like I was saying before, there have been quite a few kind of upsets in the smaller classifications. So my bet would be right now you're going to see Phillips go to 4. And I think they're probably going to finish 5-4, so they'll be a very low seed in 4. But that would be my guess right now, just based on the results that I've seen. I mean, there's one right there that I just typed in. Monticello's win over Prairie Central. I thought that was going to be loss number 5 for them tonight. It turned out to not be. So a space in the field has to be made for Monticello right now, which would push out a bigger school that is getting in on points right now at 4 and 5, and then the field would slide down 1 spot. Phillips, who's on the bubble between 3 and 4, would be into 4 in that scenario. Now, see, and then here's another one, Litchfield. That's another school that is smaller than Phillips. Another spot needs to be made. So, the creationism right now of like who gets in and who doesn't. When you have more of the teams, that are winning that 5th game tonight that we're not expected to, that is setting up scenarios like that. So my gut tells me right now I have them in 3. I don't think they're staying. So that's the nuts and bolts of it, because they are right on the fence. They have been on the fence almost the entire time this season. And if there's a push, that's where the push would be, because most of the games that were surprises tonight are all coming from under 4A, which would be that's why they have to be moved. So it's the bubbles are very interesting. There's some really interesting teams on those bubbles. I think the most interesting thing that is leading me to believe, from what I've seen so far, and there can be some things that change, I think Wilmington might be pushing into 3. So I still need to do a lot of research before I can make that call. But I think right now they're pushing towards it. So I'm going to go here, put these in here. Sherrard lost tonight. New Berlin lost tonight. Hillsborough lost tonight. Aurora Central Catholic lost tonight. The 3-win teams not helping themselves out. Genoa wins. Monmouth, they were a winner. King was a surprise winner. Carver won, so they're hanging on. West Frankfort is tomorrow. Reed Custer is gone. So is Houston, so is Robinson, so is Herscher. So those teams are all gone now. Okay. So Carver goes to Orange. And then Genoa goes up. Monmouth goes up. Yeah, the only thing about that is that, I wish we could put them on opposite sides of the bracket. I'd really love to see. I've seen a lot of Wilmington Byron games in my lifetime, but and they're always good. I wouldn't mind seeing another one, but I'd hate to see it if it happened too early in the draw. So if Wilmington does end up going 3. Hopefully, they could stay on opposite sides of the bracket, so it would be a potential semifinal game. Because I'd hate to see one of those two teams get eliminated before we got to that stage. Both really, really outstanding programs. So a lot of blue going to gold in 3A this week. So pretty impressive run of teams. Yeah, look at that. All the way down to 28 now with teams that have 5 wins or more. One more out there, Phillips, who I think will add to that list tomorrow. So a lot of teams in this mix. Going to have quite a few greens too. So yeah, that's showing off the depth of this potential group in 3A. Look at how many teams are moving up into that group. Really impressive. So yeah, 16 teams in this class that are already at 6 or more, with a whole pack of teams here at 5, a lot of which have favorable matchups in the last week of the season. So an interesting group action in 3A tonight. So let's move down to 2A here. Okay. So Tri-Valley was a winner tonight. Johnston City was a loser. Knoxville was a loser. This was one thing that I was noticing. A lot of some undefeated teams took some hits tonight. So the list is shorter now. So now Moments was a winner. Athens was a winner. Lawrenceville's tomorrow. Farmington was a winner. Rockridge was a winner. A lot of wins at the top here. County was a winner. Wilmington was a winner. So still got 14 teams with 7 wins or more already in 2A. That is a really stacked group. That's a lot. So 4 teams still undefeated in the group. All right, so Bismarck Henning was a winner. Wait a minute, that's a Saturday, so they're not done yet. Red Bud was a winner. Breeze Mater Dei was a winner. El Paso was a loser tonight. Vandalia was a winner. Pana was a loser. Auburn, loser. Dwight, loser. Nashville, loser. So the gold teams took a little bit of a hit there. Red Bud going up. Breeze going up. Vandalia going up. Okay. So these guys go to green. And then let's take a look at this pack. Chicago Christian was a winner. Chester was a loser. Mendon was a winner. Hamilton County a loser. Mercer County a winner. Trenton a loser. Piazza was a loser. Latham. Don't remember what they did. I think they lost. Nope, that's a Saturday game. So I was wondering why I couldn't remember what happened there. I'm not that sleepy. Okay. West a winner. Flora a loser. Price the King a loser. Noble Road Clark tomorrow. Woodstock Marion gets the win. Pleasant Plains the loss. Orion is out. Collins is tomorrow. Ridgeview is out. Sangamon Valley is out. Quincy Notre Dame is still alive by a thread. Elmwood, winner tonight. Erie, a winner tonight. So Collins drops down to the bottom. These guys go to orange. Woodstock goes up. Yellow Valley goes up. Illinois West goes up. And then Move row clock up there for neatness sake. Okay. So it's another class that's got really heavy in qualifiers right now because we got 26 teams overall that are at 5 wins or more. So, and then you look at that it's a relatively small 4-win group. But I think each one of those, if I'm not mistaken, will get that 5th win. So then you get down to this group right here. There's a couple more right here, and I think those teams have a shot to get their 5th win. So kind of a clear cut right there in regards to what we're looking at. I think a lot of these teams are going to win in week 9. So at the top, you've got, and the other thing about 2A is the map. It's going to be really interesting to see how it splits because the draw seems to keep splitting on Maroa Forsyth being right on that north-south line. But Seneca, clear north, Tri-Valley probably in the north, and then Maroa and Shelbyville in the south. From that next group, Moments in the north, Knoxville in the north, I think, Johnston City and Athens in the south, Lawrenceville in the south, Farmington in the north. So there's kind of a clear split there. Kind of looking at top seeds, I think Tri-Valley and Seneca on the north side, 1, 2, and then Knoxville 3, Moments 4. South side, you're looking at Shelbyville, I think, over Maroa points-wise, but that's me just speculating right now, spitballing. Athens is probably your 3, Knoxville your 4, Johnston City maybe your 5. So kind of gives you a breakdown of the seeds right there. So let's move down to 1A. Check my phone here. It's making... Okay, that's all right. So okay. All right, so Arthur a win, Camp Point a win, Stark County a win. So this is a group that's very interesting because there's just so many teams up here at the top. But the undefeated teams took some serious hits tonight in this group. So even some teams at the 6-1 level took a couple of losses. So Bloomington Central Catholic is tomorrow. Newman lost. They won. They won. They won. They won. Lost. Westfield won. Aurora Christian lost. So this group looks a little different than it did at the start of the day. Still got quite a few teams that are undefeated. I think every one of them ends up potentially running the table. You have 6, but probably a 7th with Bloomington Central Catholic being in there. Newman drops down here. Aurora Christian goes up. Casey Westfield right there. So, yeah, I'm jumping the gun there a little bit, aren't I? Camp Point, I'm going to move them down to 7-0 because they're sometimes you just assume these things, I guess. Part of what I do when I project. So sometimes I just think I saw what I saw. Thank you, Levi. I don't like to assume those things. I like to have them in the bank. So this is... These guys took some hits here tonight in this group, the gold group. That's a nice win for Gibson City. Hollow Marquette won that game. So I'm going to move Carrollton down here. I'm going to move St. Bede and Cumberland down here. See, that's like I got to look at Nokomis right now because they're a team that I'm not positive who they're playing in week 9, but I wasn't expecting them to get win number 4 tonight. So I thought they were going to be moving into the desperation range, which is the purple, but that did not happen. So that will change how I evaluate them moving forward. But I got to see, I don't know off the top of my head who they're playing in week 9. But that's the kind of team that can cause teams to go up in the draw if they end up working their way into a position for the field. So Fulton with a nice win tonight. They're up there. They got a 5. Oakwood did not win. Villa won. Princeville won. So this group, and there's another one right now that I'm looking as we go down. Deer Creek Mackinac is another team. Picked up their 4th win tonight, so they're in a good situation. Yeah, that's a good matchup for Nokomis. So I probably need to find them a spot in this field. So another damaging one. But see, when I say that, there are some teams out there that lost tonight that are essentially giving up their spots. Bremen was one, Sterling another. So, while I say that these teams are working their way into the field, there's kind of a cross-section teams too that also kind of work their way out tonight. So we have to kind of figure out how many are on one side of the ledger and how many are on the other. Right now, I think there are more ins than outs. So that is definitely an interesting situation to monitor moving forward. So starting to move these bottom teams down here. Tuscola is tomorrow. Arcola with a loss. Jenna with a win. Iroquois West with a loss. Stockton with a win. Dupo with a win. Red Hill with a win. A large group of teams with 3 wins here. Several of them did manage to win, and that's tomorrow for Field Crest. So let's move route down here. South Fulton down here. 1A is just an interesting class. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of teams in this orange section that kind of have toss-up games in week 9. So it's going to be interesting to see, who survives those games. And we still got a large clump of teams here with 4 wins just in 1A, and some of them are playing 2A opponents. Abingdon is now gone. So there's a lot of teams in here that still have a little bit of hope that they can get into the field. Brown County lost tonight, so they're gone. Orr is tomorrow. Rushville is gone. A&M is on life support still. So is Monmouth. And then Galena goes out. So we've got these teams right here. They're going to go down to purple, which means they have to win next week and hope for a lot of help. And there are some teams, to be frank, in that list that do not really have a chance of getting into the field. So here's where things get interesting in 1A, and it's talking about the depth. Look how many teams have 4 wins in this class. We've got 39 that already have 4 wins. And not all of these teams in the blue are going to lose. So this is where I think we have to start looking for teams to start pushing out of 1A and into 2A. And obviously the first candidate to do that is the biggest school in 1A right now, which is Bloomington Central Catholic. So you might see Central Catholic, based on the moves of tonight, moving back to 2A. So that's where this group is right now. And so we have to figure out what's going on next with, I'm going to go up to 6A and then climb up the ladder. So 6A, Dunlap was a loser tonight. Washington was a winner. Normal Community West was a winner. This is what astonishes me about 6A. You're going to look now and you're going to see the first thing that strikes my mind about the entire class in 6A. Look at this. 1 8-0 team, 2 7-1 teams. So the most we could have an 8-win and plus, and that's if those 2 teams, if those 3 teams win, the most we could have 8-win teams in the entire 6A bracket is 3 teams with 8 wins or more. This is the bracket that I think is most conditioned to a 6-3 team hosting in the first round. So just a little fun fact there in regards to how that bracket is shaped. If you have a lot of points and you're going to end up with 6 wins in the 6A bracket, you're probably going to get a pretty good draw. So at least a home game potential in the opening round. All right, so I'm looking right now because I can't remember. My mind is getting blotty at this time of night. So Centennial beat Eisenhower. I wanted to make sure that wasn't a Saturday game because my mind is starting to play a little tricks on me. 6-2, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. Glenwood lost. Caryville won. Richards won. Brookfield won. Geneva won. Hubbard is tomorrow. The cutoffs for North and South, like where the map is going, Paul, for 6A, it breaks around like Simeon, Oak Lawn, Lamont type of area. Those are the types of schools that are going where they're right between the North and South line. So it just kind of depends on who else gets into that field. So definitely a tight line with some interesting programs that could go north or south. So Simeon plays tomorrow. Lamont lost tonight. Bremen lost tonight. Not a great night for the 4-win teams in this pack. Lake Forest lost tonight. Bloomington is tomorrow, I think. Deerfield lost. It's another loss. My goodness. St. Rita won, so that's one. Highland Park won. Eisenhower won. Grant won. So here, we're finally starting to get into some of these wins. Pretty sure Libertyville won. I'm going to count that as a win. They're up 28-0 at halftime. We never got that official, but okay. So 5 and 3s. Move them up here. Drag them up. Simeon down. Vermont down. So the interesting thing to me about this now is that we're starting to see a pack of teams congregating around where the best they could do is 5 and 4, and got some interesting teams in there: Lamont, Lake Forest, Crystal Lake Central. But this is the group that I was keeping an eye on tonight. This red pack here, not a lot of teams in it, so I mean this is tightening up pretty good. Richwoods is gone now; they are out. So is Niles Notre Dame. Champaign Central plays tomorrow. So they hang on for the moment. Oak Forest did win, so they're going to stay. Springfield did not win, neither did Thornton. I think we decided that I'm going to keep Vernon Hills here. I could find out that that's different tomorrow, but for now, for the time being, I'm going to keep them in that line. So these teams are all dropping down to purple status, which means, once again, purple status means you got to win next week and hope for a lot of help, because that's your only chance to get in. This 4-win group is interesting. I think of the group, I think Bloomington will win tomorrow and get to 5 wins. I also think Simeon will be the same. But of those other 6, I think all of them, except for Bremen, are likely to win in week 9. So that would kind of like round out the bottom of your field, I'm guessing. In that 5-win group, there's some interesting games for those teams, but I also think many of those teams will win in week 9 and get to 6. One of them that has got an iffy game a little bit is St. Rita. They've got Brother Rice in week 9, which isn't going to be a slam dunk, and that's definitely the key. But once again, we're talking about top seeds. On the north side, obviously Lake Zurich looks like they have the path to the north bracket top seed in hand as long as they win next week. There's really nobody, as long as they win, there's nobody that can get in their way for that. So they are in line for that. Beyond that, I think you're actually looking at public league schools as leading candidates for second seeds. second, third seed, that cluster right there with Mather, Lakeview, and Munson. The North bracket is a little bit more interesting. Based on the news that I received earlier tonight, courtesy of the East St. Louis football program, they actually are going to be rewarded a forfeit victory in Week 9 for kind of that scheduling snafu that wasn't really their fault, where they had an opponent kind of drop out on them, and the IHSA ruled that East St. Louis didn't have a fair amount of time to find a replacement for them, so they're going to get a forfeit win. I was working under the assumption that they were going to get a no contest that week. So East St. Louis goes from being in the 6-win group to the 7-win group via forfeit. So they're going to be seated much higher than I thought originally, potentially as high as a 4 or a 5 seed in the South bracket after the developments of tonight. So because also East St. Louis gets helped by their schedule now, because they schedule that really good team from Texas. They're giving them a bunch of playoff points. Scheduling Mount Carmel to start the season, they're going to give them 8 or 9 playoff points. They don't mess around in their schedules, so they do have a lot of playoff points. It's just a matter of how many wins they're going to get in terms of how they get seeded. So, an interesting piece of news for East St. Louis tonight. So, now we're going to move some teams around here and move Glenwood down after that loss because they shouldn't have gotten the green status there. They should be gold still. But like I said, 17 teams here. 6 wins and better, but there are some teams in this 6-win group that I expect to kind of lose in Week 9. I think prime candidates for that. Crete-Money might lose their game. Let's see. I think Riverside Brookfield is maybe a candidate to lose that game. And then you've got, a second group there. The public league teams, some of them, I actually don't even know if they have their matchups set. So kind of hard to detect there. But that's the way 6A looks right now. We'll move on up to 7A. So Percy was a winner tonight. They go to 8-0. I already have that one in here because I was playing around with it a little bit earlier. Quincy goes to 8-0. They were a winner. They're 8-0. Maine West is 8-0. Now Carmel is 8-0. You're seeing them add up, aren't you? 8-0. And then we have one loser from the 7-0 group tonight, Edwardsville. They dropped down, but Batavia gets that win. Lincoln Way West was a little bit of a surprise loser tonight, so they dropped to 6-2. Glenbard East was a big winner tonight. That was an important win for them. They go to 7-1. So this one is more fun because I can kind of guess at the seeds, and I don't have to worry about North-South here. So just kind of going on who they're playing in Week 9 and what the situation is. I'm going to move Mount Carmel all the way to the top. I'm speculating right now that they'll win that game against Loyola in Week 9. But this is kind of the way that I see the seeds falling together here. A lot of this is off the top of my head, but I know the teams that aren't great in points there, and that's kind of what I'm looking at right now for a seed stack in the 8-win group. This is kind of what I think in the 7-win group right now. I question whether or not Edwardsville is going to win their Week 9 game. Playing a strong team out of St. Louis. So that's a problem for them potentially. I do believe that all the other 7-win teams will win and get to the 8-win group. So now we got to go down here and correct these. These are 6-2 programs that are moving up. Buffalo Grove was a loser tonight. Whitney Young with a win. Harlem with a loss. St. Charles North a win. Mount Prospect a win. Downers Grove North a win. So Rita was a win. Fenwick was a loss, which was a bit of a surprise. Wheaton-Warrenville South with a loss. Argo with a loss. Collinsville with a win. Wheaton North with a win. Kenwood plays tomorrow. Revis with a loss. Hoffman Estates with a win. Yorkville with a win. West Chicago with a loss. Jacobs with a win. Mundelein with a loss. So, you can just kind of look at how this field is shaping up right now. 5-3, 5-3. Now, when I start to move these things around, the first thing that stands out to me is some of these 4-4 teams that are filtering down here, needing a win next week to get themselves in. And some of them have got some problems in doing that. Mundelein has a tough opponent. Fenwick plays IC Catholic. I think Wheaton-Warrenville South gets the win and moves in. Argo, I haven't been convinced of them all season. I think they have a team with inferior record, but I'm not sure they get that 5th win. Revis is another team that has a tough matchup. I do think West Chicago will get to its 5th, and like I already mentioned, Mundelein is definitely has a tough opponent in that next week. So they drop these teams down to 3-5, 3-5. Plainfield Central moves up to the 4-4 group with a win. So does Moline. So does Brother Rice. And Andrew drops at 3-5. Pekin holds on at 3-5. Hampshire is out. TF South, I cannot remember what they did tonight. Drawing a blank on that one. I'm not sure if they won or lost. Oh, Grove did win. Cal did not. Meadows lost. Pretty sure Larkin won. Okay. So let's go down here. I'm going to take a look real quick for a couple of final scores that I've just fallen out of my head at this point. Larkin won. Okay, 3-5. West is tomorrow. Schaumburg lost. And then what was the other one that I needed? TF South. TF South was a winner over Oak Forest tonight. So they go to 3-5. So TF South still holding on to very thin hopes with their 3rd win tonight. And then move these guys up. I'll move Belleville West up there because they're hanging on by a thread. 2 of these 4 teams are eliminated from consideration. So Andrew drops down to purple. Oops, wrong purple. And then these 3 teams are going up to blue. These 3 teams drop down to purple. These 2 teams are going up to blue. So what we're looking at here is we're looking, like I said, 37 teams with 4 wins or not. But you got to look at that 4-win group and start to think about, okay, who's going to actually get to the 5th? I think there are several problem teams here. Argo, Revis, Mundelein. Plainfield Central plays Joliet West. A win in that game would give them the conference championship, an automatic bid that comes with it. But obviously, it would give them their 5th win as well. Brother Rice plays St. Rita in week 9, so that's a challenging game. Moline looks a little better now than before, but still has a rivalry game with Sterling that should be somewhat challenging for them. I'm going to move these guys up and down as they see fit here. But, still a lot of teams here with 5 wins already. Looking down here, we got 27 with the potential of a 28th with a Kenwood win tomorrow, which is what I expect. And then, a good slab of green teams here as well. So these guys are 6 and better, and there's 19 of those. So an interesting cluster there in 7A. So now we're going to go to the last one, 8A. Figure that out, see how she looks after tonight. So Lincoln Way, East Barrington, Loyalist tomorrow. Maine South, the winner. York, a Saturday game. So let's leave them at 6-1. 7-1. Huntley 7-1. Joliet West 7-1. So Glenbard West is tomorrow. Belleville East is tomorrow. Niles West did not win. Palatine did not win. Sandburg did not win. Oswego did not win. So the 5-win group. Aurora West didn't win. Warren and Lions Saturday. So we just have 1 team moving up here into this group. So that's an interesting development right there. Got 2 teams tomorrow that can get to 6-2, and I think they both will. But that still only leaves us with 14 teams projected to 8A with 6 wins or more. Lions is another, but they're playing each other here. So no, Lions is another. They're playing York. So They're the underdog in that one. So Bartlett drops to 4-4. Iggy goes to 5-3. Waubonsee loses that game tonight. Lake Park loses that game tonight. Naperville North a winner. Downers Grove South a winner. Naperville Valley a winner. Lockport a winner. Aurora East a winner. Lane plays tomorrow. Plainfield North gets into the blue. What's this opponent friend score? Yep, they lost. I thought that was going to happen. Rich Township was a winner. They go to 4-4. Stagg was a loser. Fallon goes to 4-4. Flossmoor goes to 4-4. Bloom and Crete-Monee. That was a Bloom loss. That was an Oswego East loss. That was a Bolingbrook loss. That was an Evanston win, wasn't it? Okay, so no, they lost. Okay, Evanston lost that game. 3-5. So Taft lost that game. I think that's going to be a trade-off ultimately. It might be a trade-off between Taft and possibly Homewood Flossmoor. I had Taft making the field. That's their 5th loss, so now they are essentially out. So Frem's holding on by a thread, so is Hinsdale Central. Marist was a winner tonight. They're the only team, guys, honestly, that I think might have a chance of going from 2-5 to 4-5 and then actually into the field. Glenbrook South is another, but what you need there is a ton of points and the ability to get to that 4th win. So I think that that's definitely something that those teams could do. But I have to say, just on a general look of things, I think my prospectus for 4 and 5 teams is going to go down a little bit. I think it's going to probably fall to 2 or 3 being the answer there. So definitely kind of a change in my mentality on that with some of the scores from smaller schools. Those were the ones that really kind of made a move and factored in a different way than they originally thought. So Lake Park goes down. So that's interesting. There's 34 teams right now with at least 4 wins at this point. But once again, you got to look at that 4-win group. Bartlett, Lake Park, Waubonsee Valley, Ridge Township, Homewood Flossmoor, to a lesser extent, all have challenging games in Week 9. So definitely not a guarantee that all those Blues are going to find their way to gold. But the gold group is pretty big here. You're seeing 26 now that are at least gold. So that's pretty substantial. While the green group is smaller, the gold group is huge. A lot of teams in that group. So very interesting. So that sums up class by class. Pretty much wraps up what I needed to talk to about tonight. Stay tuned to Friday Night Drive this week. I'll have a lot of stuff out there. New projection will come out on Wednesday this week. But I will be updating that thing constantly over the final couple of days, Thursday, Friday, into Saturday. Everything that comes in, I'll be kind of logging on a blog that will tell you why I'm making changes, what the reasons are for it, and how things go. And then, of course, please join us next week on Week 9. I'll be up all night next week and actually producing new brackets and doing all of those things. So look forward to you guys coming back next week. And that will do it for me tonight. And everybody have a great one. All right.